Commissioners, if you can make sure you're logged in because IS will be leaving shortly. Thank you.
You left a young one out there by his own, and like you just left me out there hanging to dry. The young one, you just see how you roll on. Younglings don't make it. I know the younglings always get.
Well, welcome to August 6th Planning Commission meeting. All members are present. Let the record reflect there are no absences. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Okay. Pursuant to Council Administrative Policy Meeting rules and procedures, section 5.2, comments by members of the public are generally limited to 5 minutes or less if a large number of speakers is anticipated or if approved by the chair. Speakers desiring answers to questions should direct them to the Planning Commission, and if relevant, they may direct them to the appropriate staff member. Speakers can also follow up directly with staff during regular city business hours. Please file a speaker's card with the administrative secretary on the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. During this portion of the meeting, those present in the council chambers are permitted to speak on items that are listed under items not on the agenda. During this portion of the meeting, public comments for scheduled agenda items should wait until that time. Zoom participation during the general public comment period will not be accepted. Please note that the commission's actions are final unless an appeal is filed with the city clerk within 10 calendar days.
At this time, we have 2 in-person speaker cards for general public comment. First up is Danny Dorman.
Good evening. Welcome back, Madam Chairperson. Can't wait for you to win my district, District 1. And for what it's worth, I fully endorse you. Unless, of course, my endorsement sucks and I endorse the other person. So whichever one works that gets you in is fine by me. All right. 7 hours and 3 minutes. 23 minutes rather. That's how long the last meeting was for Bridal Gate. I thought it was 90%, but it could be 80. But the back and forth between you and staff was where the majority of the time went. Not the developer. The developer, I think, spent less time up here than all of us did coming up to complain. And I just scratched my head about that. I'm not a big fan of staff. Everyone knows that. All right. I mean, certain members of staff, and they know who they are. But this is typical. I can't even begin. If I look down at my notes, I'll probably start swearing. So I won't do that. I'm trying to be as nice as possible, but this is ridiculous. Having homes, I thought it was on top of 2 oil wells, but someone said, no, it really wasn't on top. It was within the, I don't know what it is, 10 feet. I mean, I honestly, as I was writing my notes, I was thinking of Poltergeist and how they built a community over a graveyard and everyone thought it was okay until my mind. And then there is, of course, our soon-to-be leaving traffic engineer who's actually running for mayor. Oh, and boy, do I have some campaign slogans for you. And, for him, I'm kind of toying with, I forgot his name, but I'm filling the blank. And look what I've done to traffic. I'll do the same for the city. But I'm sorry, this is a tirade, yes, but it's just because I'm so frustrated. And there's something else that occurred to me too, and I'm going to throw it out there. As was once quoted, the nuclear option, if 5 meetings come and there isn't a resolution, basically the developer wins. Well, son of a gun, it seems like staff brings in stuff that you guys will not agree to. So 1, 2, 3, we have 2 left. And what happens? They come back, or you receive something that's obviously not going to pass. You will spend probably another 7 hours. God, hopefully not, because I don't know if Chairperson Roberts can go anywhere again. You'll be corralled into this one. But it gets pushed back. That's 4. One more time, and you're out of it. The city's out of it. We're all out of it. I mean, has anyone actually thought about this? Has anybody actually thought about this? Because it's the only thing that makes sense. This last iteration of Bridlegate, with the exception of, I don't know, 2 options on streets that you guys didn't even get diagrams of, everything else was basically the same. It was doomed to fail. So that's number 3. 2 left. I think someone really needs to look into this before you get yet another thing that you're going to turn down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, I have another speaker card, but I want to clarify. I have Scott from Central Properties. You checked public comment, or you just want to speak on E.2? Thank you. Chairperson Roberts, I have no other speaker cards for general comment.
Okay, thank you. Going to the consent calendar. At this time, our next item on the consent calendar is there one set of minutes for the regular meeting for July 16th, 2024. Any discussion, or do I have a motion?
I make a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So moved. Okay. That being said, I'm going to move on to item E1. And hearing to consider a conditional use permit and design review for the proposed Popeyes drive-through restaurant located at 7820 Brentwood Boulevard. And the associate planner, Miguel Contreras, will make the staff presentation. Mr. Contreras?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening to the Planning Commission, members of the public. Miguel, City of Brentwood Planning Division, here to present Popeyes Restaurant, conditional use permit number 23-006 and design review 23-003. Sorry about that. Real quick, as the chairperson mentioned, the project location 7820 Brentwood Boulevard. It's within the existing Brentwood Plaza, which is within the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, and it is within the OIR zoning district of the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. The specific request is for a new 2,735 square foot restaurant. Part of the conditional use permit request is to be allowed to operate between the hours of 10 a.m. and midnight. The second portion of the conditional use permit request is to allow a 21 vehicle capacity drive-through, and along with associated site improvements such as trash enclosure and parking areas in the rear. The site can be accessed off of Brentwood Boulevard and Village Drive. And it is proposing to reconfigure the existing parking layout to accommodate the new use. In total, the plaza needs 149 parking stalls, and with the restriping and the reconfiguration, the project site would provide 158 parking stalls. The drive-through component, once more, it requires a conditional use permit. It is one lane that splits into 2 lanes briefly for ordering. It is a 21 vehicle capacity. It would be obscured from view with a CMU wall on the Brentwood Boulevard side and the Village Drive side. There would only be 1 window and 2 speaker boxes. landscaping and open space. So the landscaping depicted in green, the applicant's proposing 12 trees. 9% of the site would be landscaped with trees, shrubs, and ground cover. And there would be there would be a vegetated trellis over the open space. And the open space can be seen in orange. It is, originally it was proposed with a trellis, 5 benches, and 3 tables. And the open space is not exclusive to the Popeyes customers. It would be open to all visitors and residents of Brentwood. Quick summary of the architecture. So the building does incorporate painted stucco, brick veneer, simulated wood slats, flat roof with a cornice, vertical and horizontal projections, and the mechanical equipment would be built below the parapet, so you wouldn't be able to see it from any vantage point. And this is the typical construction that's out there existing in the Brentwood Plaza. The specific conditional use permit would be for the restaurant to open between 10 a.m. and 12 a.m. And this is because the BBSP requires a conditional use permit for restaurants operating between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And the drive-through feature must, some of the conditions would be that it must not interfere with any of the city roads, Brentwood Boulevard and Village Drive. And also the Director of Community Development can refer the project back to the Planning Commission in case of complaints. So those are the specific conditions of the conditional use permit. April 16th, 2024 PC meeting. So this is the second meeting for this project. During the April meeting, the commission indicated that it cannot make findings for approval as proposed, and therefore directed the applicant to redesign the project and come back without a drive-through and also improve the open space. The applicant resubmitted the project with no changes to the drive-through, so it's still there. Same design, same number of vehicles. And they did make small improvements to the open space with the addition of 3 benches and 4 tables and approximately 147 square feet of landscaping. So based on the direction provided by the PC on that April meeting, the recommendation is to adopt resolution number 24-031 with appropriate findings, thus denying conditional use permit request 23-006. And if the conditional use permit gets denied, then the design review would need to be denied as well, since the drive-through is an integral part of the design. And that would conclude staff's presentation if there's any questions.
Thank you. At this time, does Planning Commission have any clarifying questions for Mr. Contreras?
I have no
Commissioner
questions.
Rod? Commissioner Brandt?
What's the minimum landscaping requirement?
It's going to be 7% for this
Okay.
size.
Okay, I thought it was 7. Thank you.
Commissioner Spaulding?
Are we going to have someone from staff go through the traffic study that the applicant attached as part of it? Because I didn't see, there was no reference in the staff report or your presentation on the traffic study, because that was a big topic of discussion at the Planning Commission meeting on the 16th.
So the city traffic engineer did review the traffic study. It was mentioned during the initial April meeting. He did review it. He found no issues with it. And it's part of the recitals of the conditional use permit and design review when it states that the project was deferred to other city staff and no issues were found.
What does that mean, no issues were found?
No cause for concern from the traffic engineer regarding the submitted traffic study in regards to needing additional traffic mitigations or an additional traffic study, like a more in-depth traffic study. So basically, the traffic study that was conducted was adequate for this, and found no need for mitigations or anything further.
So the impact on the project for traffic was not a concern for the traffic engineer?
Correct. It wouldn't cross the thresholds to require additional an additional traffic study or supplemental traffic study.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Commissioner Gerald?
You forgot my name already? No. Dad, take a little time off and you. I do have a question. Going back to the traffic study, the way that they have the 21 cars in that drive-through, is it the opinion of the traffic manager that it would not impact any additional? I'm just maybe it's reiterating, but it's not going to impact Brentwood Boulevard?
So that was the indication of the traffic engineer during the last meeting and subsequent conversations and even prior conversations to the meeting that no concerns for impacts to both Brentwood Boulevard and Village Drive, and also no need for an additional signalized intersection.
Okay.
And the Alan's here if you want to chime in.
Thank you, Miguel. Good evening, Plan Commission. Alan Bacalar, Director of Engineering. As Miguel stated, yes, our traffic engineer did review the study that was provided, specific to your question about concerns about overflow or queuing into Brentwood Boulevard or I forgot what the side street is here, but that is not the case. I know they're showing 21 vehicles being able to queue into the drive-through. The study did mention that they looked at the Popeyes at 3 locations nearby. I think the one that was most conservative would be the Popeyes located in Pittsburgh, where the max queue on that particular Popeyes at any given hour, the most was 8 vehicles. So to answer your question, that was what was described in the analysis, as well as sufficient in staff's perspective.
I have a question, a clarifying question. I too was kind of curious about that traffic study, but let's set that to the side for a minute. The other restaurants that have drive-throughs, what's their queuing? Do you have a number on the average queuing on the other restaurants on Brentwood Boulevard? I think we determined there were like 8 or 10 restaurants that are drive-throughs on Brentwood Boulevard. What's the queuing on those? I'm just curious to know.
I wouldn't have that information on top of my head. I could look into it real quick. I know that some of the projects were recently approved, so, you know.
And the
do that
only
in the
reason I'm
meantime.
asking is I see McDonald's is one of those restaurants that's off of Brentwood Boulevard. And oftentimes that queuing falls into the parking lot, and oftentimes the way that how contiguous it is, it comes right off of Sand Creek. And it can flow off of, it exits out of Brentwood Boulevard. But Sand Creek was the issue that I was concerned about, and how when it gets backed up, it's backed up onto Sand Creek. So that's what I kind of wanted to know what the queuing looks like with the other restaurants.
I could certainly look at the newer restaurants, the Chipotle, Wendy's, Panda, and the thing I could say about McDonald's is that it predates the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, and I believe it's somewhere in the 90s, when maybe even prior, when that existed. So those type of standards and even maybe popularity or what have you were not in place, where it would require a different type of striping or design for it. But I'll look for those.
Okay, well, it's coming back to public safety is what my concern is. So whether it's the 90s or 2024, I'm just concerned about all of these restaurants that have the drive-throughs coming out of drive-through onto Brentwood Boulevard. I know that it's not a Chick-fil-A, and we talked about that at our last meeting, but it's 20 some odd queues And that's the concern, but we'll hold back and speak to the applicant about that. Thank you.
Through the chair, I just wanted to add a couple things real quick on the queuing, because I know it's always a concern. And if Miguel, you can look at some of the prior or more recent ones, that would help for context. But they're all a little bit different. It kind of depends on the site. It does depend on the use, but there's no formula that goes into it. There's no city standard that says this type of use requires this number of vehicles to queue in a lane. We don't have standards for a single queue versus, a split or dual queue. But they are all analyzed on a case-by-case basis. And the goal, obviously, is to minimize conflicts as much as possible, as well as keeping the vehicles off of any public streets.
Correct. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, thank you. That being said, I'll open it up now for public hearing, and would ask the applicant if the applicant would like to come forward at this time.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Charlie Brown. I am with CC Planning and Permitting Services. I work for the developer in this case. And it kind of sounds like you guys have touched on all of the key points that were brought up the last time. I attended the meeting. I was there on Zoom. Unfortunately, I couldn't be here in person. So we've tried to address as much as we could the issues that were brought up. Obviously, we couldn't touch the drive-through lane. That is just something that would make this project impossible if we were to remove it. We understand, though, that there are concerns, and we are here to work with you and hope to be able to bring this project to completion. We want to become a member of this community through this project.
I appreciate that.
And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
After public comment, we certainly will do so.
All right.
So just stand by.
Thank you.
Okay, sure, of course. Okay, at this time, I'm going to open it up. I have opened it up, so.
We have 4 speaker cards in person, and then we'll go to Zoom. Our
Okay.
first speaker is Mr. Coxedge.
I don't know. That's a great question, Miss April. We'll find out shortly. I'm very good at being shortly at 5'2". All right, let's see what we can do with this. There we go. Good evening. I'd like to thank this august body before me for their time and consideration. My name is Mr. Coxedge. I'm a property owner, resident, registered and active voter here in Brentwood. While all my views tonight are strictly my own, my professional past includes working for the United States Chamber of Commerce, owning an independent business here in Brentwood, and being involved in various community bodies. An application has been made for a Popeyes restaurant on Brentwood Boulevard. I urge you all to vote no for 2 reasons. From Central to Sand Creek, Brentwood Boulevard has earned 2 unfortunate names. One of them is Diabetes Boulevard. This is due to a large amount of non-nutritional restaurant outlets along this stretch. The second is Diabolical Boulevard. This is due to the heavy amount of traffic, mostly due to the large amount of drive-through outlets along that stretch. Now, for those of you, and it's most of the folks here in this beautiful august body behind me, or in front of me, and the audience behind me, you drive. And driving's great. I used to drive. I no longer drive, obviously. I use a cart. Openly navigating the streets along Brentwood Boulevard has become excessively dangerous. And I highly disagree with the street engineer's report. adding another drive-through along Brentwood Boulevard is just flat out acceptable. Having another non-nutritional restaurant outlet along Brentwood Boulevard is not a good fit. Now, with that said, is Popeyes a good fit for Brentwood? Yes. Would a Popeyes drive-through be a good fit for Brentwood? Yes, but not at this location. So I want to be perfectly clear. I'm not opposed to Popeyes. I'm not opposed to a Popeyes drive-through restaurant. I'm not opposed to open competition. I'm not opposed to a business owner coming in and creating a business, creating work opportunity, creating tax revenue. I'm all for it. I'm simply saying to place it at this location is not a good fit for Brentwood. And I urge all of you to vote no on this particular project at this particular place. Do I wish the applicant excellent success here in Brentwood? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mel Young.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Mel Young, and I am one of the managing partners of the Brentwood Shopping Center over here on Brentwood Boulevard. I just want to say a couple of things about that. I've been involved in that center for about 60 years now. Started there a long time ago. And I believe that this Popeyes, if it's approved, will give our shopping center the catalyst that it needs to maybe spruce up and get some updated fixtures out there. I understand that there are questions about traffic and that sort of thing, but I want to say that given the opportunity that this could provide us will just be a huge step for us in upgrading that center. Also, we would be willing, as the owners of that center, to do some upgrades, depending on what is asked and also what is required. We don't want to spend $10 to get $5 back, if you know what I mean. I have a vested interest personally in this shopping center. Not only am I in it business-wise, but I went to Brentwood Elementary School here. I graduated from Enda Hill, and I'm a 1972 graduate of Liberty High School. So my roots go deep. I was just contacted by Lisa McDaniel from the Liberty High Booster Club. They have their annual donation and their truck raffle, they call it. And so we do that every year, every single year that we've been in existence over there. So we have done a number of things here. And what I'd like is to hear something, if you feel that this is a good fit and this is approved, to hear some more or less concrete requests or requirements that we would like to take into consideration. I know we've done a number of things in the past, striping the parking lot, that sort of thing, and also I think there was some landscaping that was done in the front. But if there's anything else, then you need to let me know about that. What we don't want is a moving target, okay, so that we do something and then 6 months from now, it might change. So, I'm open. I'm open to whatever we can do to help this project go forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Next, we have Pawandeep Singh.
Good evening, everybody. This is Pavandeep Singh. My first time appearing in any planning commission, so excuse me, but just want to give an update. So I generally run the operations for Popeyes for this company. We currently have around 28 restaurants open. We have 4 new sites which are under construction. We do own the Pittsburgh location as well. Going back to stacking and on the drive-throughs for the 21 stacking, generally the stacking is provided because it's a double lane, it's provided so generally cars don't overflow into the parking lot. Like Commissioner mentioned that sometimes you see cars overflowing into the parking lot and the outside of the drive-through. At any given point, we never have 21 cars in the drive-through. The whole idea about the stacking is basically to contain them in a limited space where there's no overflow in the parking lot, so that doesn't disturb any parking activities or anybody in the parking lot. The other thing is, it can be, like I said, based on what we do, we can adjust the stacking based on it. Operationally, if there's any questions I could help to answer, I'm here. Like I said, we own the location on Lone Tree Way, Pittsburgh, so they are pretty busy restaurants, one of our busiest locations. And just like, that's the whole thing. Antioch on Lone Tree, it's a busy traffic center. We're just opening a Chick-fil-A on the exit. Imagine what will have that happen to the traffic. So there, like I said, again, every city has their own things. We have requirements, but definitely we would love to be part of Brentwood. We have a lot of guests. Our Antioch store is an inline store. And lately, in the last 3 years, a lot has changed over the business. The delivery middle picked up. It's a lot about third-party deliveries and stuff, so we've seen a lot of transition moving from in-restaurant dining to drive-throughs to third-party deliveries. So we've seen a lot of mix over there. But we still see restaurants which we open. It just creates a new place for people to go out there, sit, and have a great experience. The new structures, the layout, the dining design, the kiosk, all these extra elements incorporated in these designs are looking a step forward to the future. And I feel, just like I said, having that whole area, it's a beautiful drive. I've never come to Brentwood before. Matt, my again, director of ops, was in Brentwood. He opened the Mel Diner over here. He's a big fan for the city. He pretty much, his kids went through Brentwood High School, and we would love to be part of this community. At the same time, if there's any questions for operations or something, I'll be happy to address it. Thank you.
We have one more speaker card, and then we will go to Zoom. So for those in Zoom, please raise your hand now. Danny Dorman.
All right. Originally, I was only going to come up here and talk about page 181 of 186, which was the Brentwood Laundromat Parking Day and Village Drive design. I was going to recommend the preparing from National Data and Surveying Services, because this is the first time I saw something that actually had some meat. So I was going to recommend, hey, maybe we ought to use these guys more often. Then I started reading it. Well, actually, if anyone looked at me, the moment the person said, traffic engineer approved, that perked my ears up. It did. It did. Now, instead of my usual rant, though, I go back to this page 81 of 186, because the way I discern it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there are 2 diagrams. The top one shows either how it exists today or, that's how I interpret it, how it exists today. Cars coming in, cars going out. Throughout the course of the day, southbound onto Brentwood Boulevard, that's what it looks like. Southbound on the Brentwood Boulevard, there are 58 cars. I look down at this bottom one, same one, exit, 1,592. Now, how that isn't a significant increase, I truly do not know. I don't even know how. Did anyone that prepared this actually look at this? Because my God, I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but boy, can I read stuff. To continue, going back to that top one. Northbound, currently there aren't any cars. If this were built, there are, oh my God, I didn't even count it up, jeez. Oh, let's round up to 2,000. From 0 to 2,000. That all by itself. Oh, God. You know, like I said, I'm wordsmithing the gentleman's mayoral campaign slogan. It's not pretty because this guy, I don't understand how this is okay. How this was, yeah, it's no big deal. Our traffic engineer did a study and said, oh, we don't need any further study. Then maybe this needs further study. Now, the gentleman who was up here before, not the gentleman before, but the person who said, hey, I'm willing to work with you, the city, and with the developer. I mean, that's great. I think it would have been nicer if that had actually taken place before, because it's my understanding that now you have to decide. And so, and the gentleman's right. Why am I going to spend $1 to get a 50-cent return? That makes sense. And yes, we are moving targets. So I understand exactly where he's coming from. Unfortunately, even if in good faith he said, hey, I'll do whatever you want, I don't think he wants a Popeyes that bad, to be honest. And then lastly, I really like Popeyes. I really do. It's the drive-through, and it's these numbers. Not even the drive-through, because actually this one's probably one of the best of the drive-through options I've seen. So the premise of a drive-through itself, it looks like that wouldn't be a problem, going in, going out, whatever, through Popeyes. To the street, though. PM, I have 6 seconds. PM, 970.
Speaker's time has expired. We did receive one more speaker card for this item. David McIntyre.
Good evening. My name's Dave McIntyre. I've been in charge of that center for over 20 years now. Been involved in it, been involved in this city. I lived in this city, lived right on Brentwood Boulevard for 20 years. So I know the city probably better than some of you folks. I lived there, I watched it every day. Our center's older. The traffic impact isn't gonna be anything different than it is currently. It's being developed and done correctly. The city, people within the city wanted us to do this. People from the city, when this came forward, we agreed to do it. We moved forward with it. If you got your code enforcement or anybody in here and asked them, every time they ask me to do anything, it's always been done. Every single time, fail not. The landscaping in the front of the center, you got what you asked for. Exactly. I didn't pick it out. A city person did. Told me what to put in there, and we put in what he told us to put in. So I don't understand why it's gone kind of a negative direction. It's a good thing for the city. It's not a bad thing. Revenue, the traffic impact is not going to be, it's negligible. And I think if you had a police officer, he would probably tell you the same thing. You know, the problems we've had, you had a Jack in the Box and the problem we've had over there before, it's not like it was. You know, we keep the center, we do the best we can. You ask for the center to get striped, I stripe the center. Do I need to reseal it? I just did it 3 years ago. So it's not necessary to do it again yet. Will we do it down the road when it's ready? Yes. We'll spend the money we need to spend and we'll do what we need to do to help the city grow. We've tried to do that all along. So thank you.
At this time, I have no other speaker cards for those here in person. Just want to double check. We'll be going to Zoom for speakers, and please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak. Our first speaker is Larry. Go ahead, Larry. You may need to hit *6 to unmute because you are a dial-in caller, Larry. I see you unmuted. Go ahead and speak if your phone is unmuted as well.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to voice my family's thoughts on the Popeyes project. Respectfully, the decision made last planning commission meeting was the wrong one. Staff found the appropriate findings to approve the project and the planning commission denied it. Unfortunately, our family coaches and manages multiple sports in the area, so we were not able to attend that first meeting. We are here this evening to express our concerns about the potential denial of this project. Good luck finding someone else willing to invest money in the Brentwood Boulevard that this applicant is willing to do. The drive-through should not have been a reason for this project to be denied. It was stated that a commissioner knocked on a handful of doors and those people said they didn't want it. 5 doors did not represent the community as a whole. The same 3 people speaking every planning commission meeting does not represent the 60,000+ people in Brentwood. Just as we've seen in the past, people will show up when necessary. No comments or not showing up means they're trusting the recommendation of staff. A commissioner talked about families not wanting to be eating at Popeyes and seeing a massage place across the way. My young athletes get massages regularly, and this is not a concern. As a parent of 4 children that are multi-sport athletes, this means multiple practices, multiple drop-offs and pickups. We welcome another drive-through that allows our busy life to really accommodate us and grab some food, kind of like a last-minute deal. The Brentwood Boulevard seems like the perfect spot for a Popeyes drive-through for those of us that need to kind of pick up food on the run. And there are a lot of families in Brentwood. So let's be honest. We may not get a Trader Joe's or an upscale place to eat, but what we will have is a beautifully designed building that will dress up the area. Staff has always done a pretty good job of making findings accordingly. Lastly, if we're going to be denying another drive-through in Brentwood, how will you approve another drive-through in a busier area? Thank you so much for your time.
At this time, I see no other hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. April. Okay. Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. At this time, the Planning Commission will open up for discussion. Yes, we can bring, would you like me to bring him back? Oh, the gentleman can come back to the front. The developer, if you might come back up. Or the owner, yeah. The applicant, please come back up, please.
Who's representing the applicant?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, at this time,
Through the chair.
Commissioners, I'm opening it up for you to have a conversation with the applicant, starting with,
Through the chair, I'm sorry. In order to ask questions of the applicant, again, can you just reopen the public hearing that you just closed?
sure.
Please, thank you.
Absolutely.
And then you can close it when you're done.
Absolutely. So I'm going to open it back up.
Motion to reopen the hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioner Rott?
I have no questions for the applicant.
Commissioner Brandt?
Mostly it's related to, we reviewed this in April. It's come back to us now in August. There were some minor landscaping changes. I think the bulk of our discussion centered around the idea of drive-through, no drive-through. I was hoping you could elaborate a little bit further as far as the way that this current project is being presented today and why you've made the changes that you have.
Well, during the April hearing, the two big issues that were brought up were the drive-through. Obviously, that's the biggest one. But secondarily, I forget who it was that brought it up, discussed the courtyard area as just being an open concrete. And that was it. We kind of felt that was a bit of a misrepresentation. It was never intended to be just an open concrete area. We had every intention to work with planning, with building, to fill that space in and make it more friendly to both customers and the public alike. So that's why when we took it back, we felt that that was one area where we could try to express a little bit better what the intention of that space would be moving forward. So that's why we brought it back with that. That was why our focus was there. The drive-through lane, honestly, it's the best design we can do. Any changes that we make on this site would ultimately be, there's no way to remove it. And, that's kind of a non-starter. So for changes to the lane itself, the only thing we could do is make it shorter with less cars in the lane. But that ultimately hurts the functionality of the lane and creates problems with stacking out into the site and potentially then into the city streets. The longer lane allows more cars to be tucked in there. It's never intended to be full at any point in the day. Now, it's possible that it could get, become full during the busier hours, but ideally the side-by-side or the dual split lane at the order points would be a solution to that for the staff inside to be able to alternate the cars running through it to keep a constant flow through that site and not allow that overflow to occur. So we really didn't feel that there was anything that we could do to the drive-through lane. So we brought it back as it is.
Thank you. And my understanding is that the drive-through criticality to sort of the business operations is paramount.
Absolutely.
And that do you have a ballpark of your typical revenues that would follow through that? I think you answered this last time. I just can't recall off the top of my head.
What is the percent? 70%
of the business.
Yeah, I think it was about 70.
70%.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Spaulding?
I wasn't here to participate in the last meeting, so, but I did watch it, so I understand the questions and the concerns that were asked. And I think the layout of the building and the landscaping was much better in terms of if you meant to represent something last time, it wasn't represented. So I think just as a learned lesson.
Well, and to that point, we even brought in some additional pieces of information, some renderings to show what it would potentially look like.
Right, I think it was much clearer in this plan than it was in the last plan, right? Which helps us look at the overall design. So my questions around the queue, there's a number of things, most of them related to the queue. So you provided the max queue in 3 restaurants in the local area, in the local East Contra Costa area, and none of them exceeded 8 during your busiest time. Is that correct?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And this queuing can fit how many cars?
Up to 21.
So, okay. So there really shouldn't be a conflict with.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, it will never reach that capacity.
Right.
The idea is that once a car hits the order point, makes their order, they are then quickly move to the window, pick up their order, and move out of the queue and are on their way, thus no longer being an obstacle to the cars behind them.
What's the average ticket time in terms of how long from order to fulfillment of the order?
4 minutes.
4 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe a long time, but they have their facts here that are, they've submitted, so, and the max, and it's 4 minutes at all these locations? That's your average ticket time?
Average, but we have some that do much quicker. Yeah, about 4 minutes is average, but you're gonna spend a minute and a half at the window, most likely.
Oh, go ahead,
You're
Eric.
gonna probably spend a minute and a half.
You, why don't you guys come up to the front? That'll be, so people,
And that goes
oh,
for,
my bad.
that goes for,
So I have to call on these guys.
that goes for anybody during the meeting, by the way. You need to be at the
just-
podium.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank
Just
you.
on the 2 locations we mentioned with 8 cars, it's a single lane drive-through. So when you add single lane, it generally spreads a while. When you add a dual lane, it just adds more stacking. You see, the number of cars, it seems a lot, like 21 cars, but it just confines everybody to that area rather than, because if it's a single lane, then you say, if it's a single lane, 21 lane, that's a long lane.
So if you had a double lane like this, and you have if you're getting 8 cars in a single lane, there's gonna be 4 in each lane.
Yes, kind of, yes.
I mean,
Absolutely. So
we
it
don't
doesn't-
know, but that's how the design
Yes,
is.
ideally, it's able to get more cars inside and confine to that area rather than having them overflowing outside.
Right.
That's the whole idea.
So do you have restaurants where you have a double lane, and does that lower the average wait ticket time?
Yes, we have that. All the new sites which we've built, we did one in Ceres, we did one in,
We just did one in Ranch
Fair-
Cordova.
Fairfield.
And the one in Ranch Cordova, we opened in April, and it has a long stack like the one that we're proposing here.
Yep.
And we've had no issues. They had double menu boards, and then the line from the window to the double menu boards was probably a good 15 cars long.
Okay.
And we had one issue.
And so the drive-through represents 70% of your revenue, or 70% of your
Sales.
tickets?
Sales, right. So
70% of sales.
Yeah, and then deliveries probably closer to 25.
So your walk-in traffic is
8 to 10%.
single digits.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
correct.
since COVID.
So most of the traffic will be, most of the cars, I don't want to use the word traffic, because most of the customers will be drive-through or delivery.
Right. Even if you look at the new Chipotles, they have drive-throughs, but they don't even have menu boards. So these are people who are ordering to the digital apps and they're just using the drive-through to come in and pick up. So the wait times are very less on those. And that's where everything is heading towards, is digital pickups, or you order through the app with the geofencing, it tracks when you are, it tells us when to cook. So you basically just come up to the window and you say,
Right.
Hey, I'm here for a pickup, and you just go to the drive-through
pull
pickup.
right up.
So
Right.
that helps.
And how many jobs are going to be created?
We average Popeyes, we have around 30 to 35 people.
Is that what this is going to have?
Yes, sir.
For sure.
Absolutely.
And and you're under the new California law
Yes,
for
sir.
$20 an hour?
That's why the whole drive-through justifies it, because with the cost, our labor went up 25%.
Yeah.
Overnight.
Our increase 3 to 4%. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and then you have how many, so you have, I know it's in the staff report, but it wasn't reported out, and I want to make sure I understand the staff report. So in the staff report, there's how many part-time jobs and how many full-time jobs of that 30 to 35?
Probably 20 part-time, 15 full.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the way this new, it's there, you got to take care of your people.
Right.
We as a company are very strong on policies that we don't, the first option is when we hire people, we don't want to give them part-time and look for more people, because that doesn't create the right culture in the restaurants.
Right.
You got people who are wanting more hours, and you're going outside and hiring more people. It's not the right way to do it. It's rather than taking care of your employees. It's more important.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for now.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
One thing, I don't know if I don't, like I said, it's my first meeting. I just want to, not as a developer, just want to, this traffic, I know it's important, but where is this traffic coming from? We won't get Highway 4 customers driving all the way inside to Brentwood Boulevard. It's mostly for the people of Brentwood, for the city of Brentwood to come in. Generally, we have multiple options. It just spreads between the cars. Like the cars which are going to one fast food will probably come in. It gives more option to the local people. That's what generally helps us. So we won't see like I have teenage kids. My household went from 1 car to 4 cars in 4 years. So based on the traffic, it's about how the city is growing. Again, that's all impactful, rather than seeing whether people from the freeways are coming in to increase that traffic of having this restaurant over there, or it's just getting cannibalized with the other restaurants around, and it's equal market share for everybody.
Yep, thank you.
Just a thought,
Yep,
sorry.
thank you.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, can you tell me how much it's going to cost to build this Popeyes location out?
Based on everything, we're close to $3 million.
$3 million. And you said, how many employees did you say again? I know you, Commissioner Sparrow.
35.
35.
35. And how many managers do you have?
Usually we have a GM and assistant manager, and then for a location like this, you're probably looking at another 4 to 5 shift managers, so probably a total of 7 or so.
What's the average salary of a general manager and the shift managers?
So our general manager, all of our general managers and shift managers and assistant managers are paid hourly, and our wage rate for general managers ranges anywhere from $25 to $27 an hour. Plus our assistants are probably in the $24 an hour range. Shift managers are around 22, and then the general managers and assistant managers get a nice opportunity for bonus as well. We bonus our people well.
I don't know if you're going to know this answer off the top of your head. What's the average sales tax over there? Oh, at one of your locations, let's say in
Around
Antioch.
8.35 to 9.7, depending upon the counties.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I know the percent I'm talking about in dollars.
How much sales tax are we bringing into the
Are
restaurant?
you paying?
Oh, I can tell you about what our sales are. I don't know about the sales tax. I guess we could do the math, but am I okay to tell them what we do?
No, I'm not talking about the sales.
Like you said, our average,
Yeah.
Popeyes generally, our average sales are anywhere from $2 million to $2.3 million in sales.
And when you went to do this, what did you project the sales were going to be at this location?
What's your projections?
Like, I mean, when you did this, I'm
Yes.
assuming you made a projection. What
Yes.
did you?
Around 1.8 to $2 million. That's what we're
Okay.
hoping to start with and then build on as
So 30 jobs,
30 to 35 jobs. Yes.
3 million, how much?
3 million to close somewhere on that
To
to
build?
build it.
Yeah.
Build
To
the new
develop
building
it.
with the drive-through and everything.
Okay. I think that's it for now.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the courtyard. I know that was a concern that we had when you came before us. So tell me what you are going to do with the courtyard that we spoke to. Temps have been about 100 degrees, and it's been pretty consistent year after year. And you initially brought before this commission cement without umbrellas. So
So,
let's talk a little bit about that. I'm reading the community courtyard, so
Yeah.
talk to me about that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Contreras here to bring up those renderings if he could. We brought in some additional views of what we think that, or not what we think, but what the intended appearance of this is going to be. The idea is obviously we're going to create as much shade as possible. You know, there will be trees, there will be other plantings, and then of course there will be this trellis located there to help create shade, for the people that are using this. You can go ahead and switch to, go to the next. There was only just the 4, wasn't there? So I think that first one shows it the best, but there are going to be seats there. There are going to be seats along underneath that trellis. Again, there will be some trees immediately there around it. There could be we could implement other features such as misters and things of that nature for during the summer, ideally and realistically, I think this is probably going to be used more in the evenings after, the sun's gone down, possibly even early mornings. I could see a local coffee club getting together and having their morning coffee together, sitting out there, enjoying the spring breeze. During the summer, I mean, it's California. None of us really like to spend much time out in the sun in the summertime. So it might not get a lot of use, but it is going to still be there, and then of course, like I said, the evenings is.
Okay. So you got a 3-day part. I think I shared with you the last time you came before us that I was a McDonald's owner operator. So I know how these things work. I know about turnover. And so my concern is that when we lose staff, you have to immediately replace staff because staff is going to be a big issue with that 4 minutes that you cited to the commission. Not knocking it, but I'm coming back to that long drive-through and what that might do if you're not properly staffed. And I've seen that time and time again with many drive-throughs. If you're not staffed correctly, both at the back of the house and at the drive-through window, you're going to run into a lot longer than 4 minutes. That's a concern. And it's a concern because now we are dealing with carbon dioxide. And you guys have had, I'm not going to bring that up, but you know what I'm talking about as it relates to the Antioch location. So that long drive-through is still something that I have a concern about because I'm looking at the length, day parts, turnover, and I just don't want to see issues that could come about with this long drive-through. One of the speakers eloquently put it that it's not about Popeyes, it's about its location. And another person called in and spoke to the community. And I was the one that brought up that there were people in the community that wanted to understand why just drive-throughs and not a sit-down restaurant. And those people do count. Along with those that want a drive-through, there are many that do not want another drive-through. So it was me, Commissioner Roberts, that made that statement. I'm just very concerned about the length of this drive-through. And so my question now becomes, why are you queuing that many cars in that drive-through? How did you come about? Because I heard the city make a.
Okay, so if you look at your rendering there.
Uh-huh.
Make sure you, sir.
Sir, we need you to speak into the mic.
Sorry.
I can, if you like, I can give you a wireless mic as well.
Fine. So you can see how there's a large queue before you get to the menu board?
Mm-hmm.
Most of our restaurants aren't like that. You drive straight up to the menu board. Okay, so we're developing this so there's a longer queue before the menu board so it doesn't go into the traffic, right? So once they get up to the menu board, then they're gonna order, and then you have a pretty long stack as you come around the corner to alleviate any extra cars. So as far as answering your question also about shortness in staff, one of the nice things about our company is we're large. And we have other locations in the area. We can supplement if we have problems. We can call other restaurants. We can transfer people in from other stores. We're not just a single operator. And so we're a large company. Plus, we treat our people well. So they want to stay with us. We don't have huge turnover in our company.
Okay.
So
okay.
And just to add it, we like between the only reason Popeyes lets us build 4 or 5 stores a year is if you achieve that operator status.
Or A operators.
So they will not give anybody to develop stores if you're not performing. And based on our record, we got into Popeyes in 2021 with 14 restaurants. We've opened 14 more, and we acquired a few, including Pittsburgh and Antioch.
So if I can interject into that really quick. So with Pittsburgh and Antioch, we purchased those stores in November of 2021. And I'm not exaggerating here. The restaurant in Antioch was running at an average drive-through time of 18 minutes. So after probably 6 months of our company running that, we got it down to 5. So we know how to operate our restaurants, and we're not gonna let restaurants go 18 minutes through a drive-through, or cars go 18 minutes. Same with Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh is, we turned that restaurant into probably what our top restaurant sales-wise in a matter of 2 years.
Okay.
I think the minimum wage rate also helps. Our applicant pool is very different now since April, since the minimum wage rate in restaurant has gone up to $20. We get a lot of applications. It's a different, like you don't have to go looking for people. It's like, because the pay is there. And again, you have the tools and you treat the people right, you should be good.
I appreciate that response. Okay, at this time, I'll look back to the commission and ask if you've got any more questions.
I got one more. So on that diagram where that car is, I guess it's a black, looks like a Mercedes front, but I'm not a Mercedes, a BMW, excuse me. I got my cars mixed up. That is part of the queue, correct? Where it used to be a parking lot. So that's part of the queue, which is not so from where you actually turn into the queue, do you know how many cars? I didn't count it.
You're talking about with the double drive-through right
Yeah,
there? You can
how
probably
many-
get 6 cars there.
That's how many would go in
Yeah.
from that point on?
Yeah. From the menu board to where you actually order to where he's getting ready to turn in. Right, yeah,
Yeah, I'd say it's about 6 cars through there.
yeah, and
And there is also, if you notice too, and it's easier to see here than it probably is on any of the other plans, there is an escape in this as well.
Yeah.
So if a car gets in there and for some reason they can't stay, to complete their order, they don't want to go up to the menu board, they can easily turn and get out of the lane, getting out of the way, not having to go all the way through the process. So, there was some thought put into this in making sure that cars that for some reason get in there, something happens, they have to leave, they're not stuck through the process holding up other cars from moving through the lane.
Okay, thank you.
I can do that. Okay. Are there any more questions? All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, thank you.
I'd like to have the landlord come up front, please.
Thank you so much for coming. Just have a couple questions.
Sure.
Over here. So I've lived in Brentwood for about 22 years, I believe it is. How long has this property been in the current situation?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How long has the property been in the current situation? The way it looks, the current configuration?
I think Dave would be a little bit better to answer that, but we change it. We've done fascia stuff, that sort of thing. Parking lot, things like that over the years.
Okay, and just how many people have come to that location wanting to develop on it?
How many people come
Like
to that?
how, I know we got someone here who's interested in developing on that piece of property right now. Have you had other potential investors who wanted to invest in this property and build $3 million?
Well, we haven't put it on the market, if that's what you're asking.
No, I meant.
We, just to let you know that a tenant moved out, and within
2 days.
how long?
2 days.
2 days, we had
tenant.
another one fill it. So we've got a new tenant going in there now. We're doing a lot of interior work on that.
No, I guess this gentleman's getting ready to invest $3 million and, build a building here. And I was wondering, did you have other people coming through like that?
Right now, there's no space. We're 100% leased.
Okay.
This is on the pad.
Right.
And we had wanted to put another pad on the other side, which would be in front of Dollar General, but I think there's a stipulation in the lease with Dollar General that nothing goes in front of their store.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think this would draw additional business to the rest of your tenants?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no question.
And it would make the shopping center better off if we had something like that?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to say one thing. And earlier when I was talking, I scared myself to death when I said I was a 1972 graduate of Liberty High School. And that's the first time I ever said that in public. I am a 72 graduate. And it scared me to death when I did the math on that. And I go, I can't be that old. I cannot be that old. But I am. So.
Okay.
The center right now, I mean, you asked a question of whether it's been remodeled or anything been done. It was remodeled at the city's request when Dollar General came in 2013 and 2012. There was quite a bit of facade work done at that time. And we've been trying to keep it up, but we're not a real high-end center. And I've tried to keep the tenants we have there very happy and moving along. And they're doing pretty good business there. If you watch the center, it does pretty good. People are happy. So we're just doing what we can do and make it work. And it doesn't take long. The biggest problem I think this council had was that massage parlor. Well, we got into a lease for that. There was a lot of, the police department did not look correctly. I looked at it, and I'm a private investigator. I didn't see it. I didn't see the problem. And it got past us, got past the city. It was sold before, so I didn't have an option. The person that got in trouble the first time sold it before I could do anything about it. She had a lease, she had the right to sell it. So now we're gone. She's on, we have a new tenant going in. There's gonna be a tea shop. So it should be something nice. Okay?
Can I ask one follow-up question? I think what Commissioner Johnson was trying to get at is, in this pad, have you gotten any other potential developers coming in and asking to develop this specific pad? Because we understand you can't do it in Dollar General, but for this pad, has anyone in the past come up and said, I want to develop a piece of property in where this pad
Not
is?
that I'm aware of, and I'm pretty sure I would be aware of if it occurred. No? Was there anybody else? No. No.
Yeah, there was business. It was way back. When the center was first built, it was a pad there. It was called Harold J. Furtado Real Estate.
Oh, yeah, that was out in front.
But it's been empty.
That was on the pad.
But it's been a parking lot or empty since
for a long
the last
time.
20, 30 years?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
for a long time.
Thank you.
Exactly where Popeyes is sitting, the first front part of it, there was a building there at one point.
Thank
That
you.
It was Harold Furtado, and he was in partnership with Jack Hernandez.
That was in the
If
60s.
you-
The 60s,
yeah, that-
the 60s,
I only moved here 20
70s.
years ago, so that was, I don't.
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
not
long
familiar
time
with
ago.
that.
Long time ago. Nobody had done anything.
So, no, I go way back. I go way back.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have just put this on the market, what, recently, or has this
Not
been
on the
on the
market.
market for some time? And this is your first taker?
This is not on the market. They're,
Oh, I'm for leasing, for
yeah, for
developing.
leasing.
This is the
for
first
that
time?
particular portion of it, yes.
Yes.
It had been out there for a while,
Okay,
and this was the first one that came along.
okay.
And they stuck with it, and they wanted, and half the reason we stuck with it and kept at it is because we were told by the people within the city that the city wanted it.
And there's
keep
been
going.
no, and I appreciate that answer. And there's been no one else that has stepped up and inquired about this piece of
Nope.
property?
Not to me, and I'm sure I'm the one who would have heard about it.
And the only reason I'm asking is because you've done quite a bit of development in that area. A lot of that area has been developed, and this one seems to have sat over by itself. And I was just wondering, do you have an idea of why that is? Was it cost? Was it location? What was it that kept it on the market that long, unoccupied?
I don't think we didn't put it out there for very long.
It's
Oh, you
not
didn't put it out there.
actively,
It never was
it's not
actively on the
actively marketed. And the other thing is that as we're talking about here, we're talking about a certain area. So, you've got to find somebody that's going to be able to fit in that spot, that sort of thing.
I see.
If, and.
It's not a fit for anybody and everybody.
No, yeah, this is our real estate agent.
Okay,
Yeah,
very
he's the one
good.
that handled this and handled the center. I'm the property manager, but he's been the real estate agent and done
Okay.
a lot of the work.
Mm-hmm.
I think that one of the primary issues we've seen lately with people like Popeyes willing to invest in communities right now is that construction costs and requirements are sky high. It really limits the pool of people who can actually go ahead and afford to make a $3 million investment. There are not many users in the community that can do that and are willing to do that. And that's why right now, in the state of the retail market, you actually see You know, retail right now, people think is all going online and in the internet, and a lot of that is the case. But right now, when you look at shopping centers, many of them are fuller than people might anticipate because no one's building new. There's just, the numbers do not pencil for where people can do the volume to support it, to make these kinds of investments. So right now, there's some demand from prospective users, but there's not many that can actually afford it. Local tenants, for example, are not able to spend $3 million to build a building, to build a restaurant. So that's one of the primary reasons why there's been no other takers. There's not many people that are willing to invest $3 million.
Appreciate that. And so this would be the only location in the city of Brentwood that this would be. I mean, of course, you're looking out for your interests. I don't think that the commission is saying one way or the other about Popeyes. I think that, at least for myself, I'm wondering if Popeyes wouldn't be a better fit somewhere else in the city of Brentwood. Not that Popeyes is a problem, but we've got so many restaurants that are drive-through in Brentwood, on Brentwood Boulevard. I'm just wondering, sure, we can probably add another one and probably another one and another one, but there are people that live in that community that are probably drive-through exhausted and would like to see a regular restaurant, a restaurant that one can go in and sit down and have something to eat as opposed to a drive-through. So it's not that I'm saying Popeyes is a bad thing. I'm wondering why Popeyes isn't considered in another part of Brentwood. Why is everything over in the neighborhood where the other restaurants that have drive-throughs are? I get the cost. I get that you've got a gentleman that is, or a company that's willing to spend that kind of money. I think that's great. It's good for you. But there are other people in that community that feel some kind of way about it. And so I'm taking all of everything into consideration. There are other people that might not be here, but that were here and or expressed a concern, and I'm just putting it on the record. One way or the other, we take a vote, and we will see where we go with this, but they count too.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to put that out there and make sure it's part of the record.
If I may, real quickly.
Sure.
The Popeyes was put there at the city's request. So you understand, there was somebody in the city that is no longer with the city that specifically told me to go with Popeyes. So that's the reason it's there, and that's the reason the money's been spent.
Understood.
Okay, that's the portion that's gotten to us a little bit with struggle with the city, is that you told us to do it.
The city told you to do it.
I'm telling you, somebody in the city, for a fact, and I could give you the date if you want it.
No.
Somebody in the city, official in the city, said that Popeyes is a fit, that's the place that you wanted the drive-thrus, that the city wanted the drive-thrus. Now, I don't know if that's before your time. I don't know. But that's what we were told, and when this happened, we went through with it. I mean,
I appreciate it.
The other thing I might add,
One second, sir.
Okay.
1 second. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I did notice that the city manager, the assistant city manager, did just enter the chambers. And the line of questioning that I hear going here, I think if we want some perspective on who at the city may have been making recommendations to you, the Planning Commission doesn't get involved in the process until we see the actual application.
Oh, I understand that.
But the city manager, the assistant city manager is right here, and possibly he could provide some clarification for us if it's not out of order. Forgive me.
Oh, no, please, no forgiveness is necessary. No, I appreciate your candor and your responses. And again, I'm just one person. We've got a body up here.
And can
I do appreciate your communication to this commission, and we'll just take it from here. If there's anything else that you have for the landlord?
Can I add one thing, please?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, just my background, I'm a real estate broker. I just specialize in retail properties. That's my background, restaurants, anything retail oriented. And I've been doing this for 22 years. And I can tell you right now, with respect to restaurant growth and new development, sit-down restaurants, unfortunately, are not actively expanding right now. There are very few people from a sit-down perspective for various reasons that are expanding and are willing to build a new restaurant. If you look at sit-down restaurant growth, it's primarily second-generation space. So they look for restaurants, and we know the names of restaurants that are weak and are suffering right now that are sit-down. There's been several bankruptcies recently. So there's an opportunity for these operators to take those for cheaper and not spend money on new construction. So I think the likelihood of a sit-down restaurant going there and doing a ground-up development, in my personal opinion, I think that's unlikely in today's market. So.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks.
thank you. Okay, Mr. City Manager, would you come to the front, please? Is he going to talk? Is he still a public comment? Oh. Okay, let me close public comment and then invite our city manager to speak. Look for a motion.
Motion to close public comment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. City Manager? Assistant City
Yeah,
Manager?
don't promote promotions.
I'm promoting you?
You're getting promotions over here.
My kids say I'm assistant two, not assistant.
So you heard the comments. So I guess we'd like some clarification if you know anything about it.
Chair Roberts, good evening. Darren Gale, Assistant City Manager here for the City of Brentwood. So I believe your question was related to the comment that someone as city staff might have recommended as relates for a Popeyes to be here. I can't say, I've never, or economic development really hasn't had a conversation with this project. However, you have a project that's zoned that allows for a drive-through with a conditional use permit. And so very regularly when we talk with a possible user, we say, well, yes, that's an appropriate zoning. It might require a conditional use permit. So I don't know what the exact conversation happened was. I would tell you, as relates to this location, 2 years ago, people would probably say there was no food there. People would say, why do residents in this neighborhood have to travel all the way over to Lone Tree to get any food? Now that was solved over the last 2.5 years because there's a development project. And now you have a number of national, as kind of the commercial broker mentioned, national chains are willing to spend the money needed to build a new building that covers those rents. So Chipotle, Denny's, Wendy's, Panda, Starbucks, along with a great grocery center anchor tenant. But literally just a couple of years ago, someone would say there's no food, and this is a food desert. It just happens to be. And there was one McDonald's across the street. So I could easily see someone saying, well, yes, absolutely, please, bring your project forward. But I don't know exactly what the conversation was, but I hope the Planning Commission kind of understands. Those are conversations we have on a daily basis as we're talking with brokers when they say, hey, we're looking, and we have a number, still national chains, all want drive-throughs. I think many of you might even go to a drive-through as you leave this meeting. For people want to go, right? I have 4 kids. My wife didn't want to take the kids out of, car seats and stuff. And I'm not advocating one way or the other. It's just people still like drive-throughs. Pre-COVID, they were kind of going away, and now they've kind of, come back. And I can answer any of the questions you might have for me.
Commissioner Rod?
Yeah, thanks, Darren. I'm looking at a satellite view of the map right now, and we've had some discussion about it. There is a Taco Bell drive-through in the next lot just north of Hedge Avenue, and it is a drive-through. And I'm not sure. I believe there's a it's one of those KFC.
KFC
Taco
also
Bell
has a
things.
drive-through.
So there is a drive-through with fried chicken, an easy walk. I mean, it's just the next parking lot over, and it's right up against there. So it's not like there's nothing there.
And Commissioner Floyd, you're absolutely right. I did not mention those, so I appreciate you mentioning those. So I apologize that I did not include those.
Okay. I had intended to bring up the specific plan in discussion. And if anybody else has any questions for Darren before I go into that, otherwise I'm willing to go into it if you want to stick around and hear it.
You got some questions for Darren? Okay, very good.
Sure, I can sit down.
No.
No. Okay.
I relish this. No, let me stop. I do have a question for you. So,
Can I recognize you?
oh, sorry.
first?
I missed you, so I'm not.
That's going down the way. Yeah, okay. Commissioner Johnson, go right ahead.
All right, thank you, sir. Darren, can you tell me when people are evaluating whether they're going to move into Brentwood, businesses they're going to evaluate, do they look at how, what the track record of our city is, or in terms of approving projects? How do they determine what their profitability is going to be? How much time? What do you say to them when you're trying to get people to move into Brentwood or businesses?
So short answer, yes. A long answer is Brentwood is known for being difficult. And when I say difficult is that we expect a lot from new development. That's there is, as kind of Brentwood has kind of a tagline of better in Brentwood, that's we're going to require a little bit more. That developers it's going to cost them a little bit more to build the building than in a normal community. And as I talk with folks as we're trying to attract them here, there's some that kind of have a negative connotation. But one of the things that we have great staff that works a project through a process, and that we tell them that although the timeline might be a little bit longer, there's consistency, right? Submit a good application, planning staff reviews it, brings it to the planning commission. It's treated fairly, but I've always told them that their projects have to be well designed. And I think the planning commission, that's one of the key things for every single project that comes forward. But I would tell you openly and honestly, we do know that some people say that Brentwood is a little difficult. I believe some of it's unfair. As relates to staff and the processing of projects. What I've told them is that we require good quality projects. And I think that, the city has grown to where it is today, and we have beautiful development projects.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spalding?
Thanks for staying with us for a few minutes. So it does, a new project like this, will that have additional economic impact for the shopping center around it? In the area around it?
Yeah, no doubt. I think, Commissioner Johnson asked the question earlier about how much sales tax revenue is generated. How has this site been marketed? Has you had anything? And I think Commissioner Sparling, you followed up on it. So sales tax revenue, something like this brings in $20,000 to $50,000 a year. We only get 1% of the sales tax, but just really, really rough numbers. And then no doubt, normally when you see a project, like this come forward and invest, usually it has a positive influence on the building behind it. I think you've heard from the property owners, they have spent money. They did do a little landscape improvement not too long ago, I think with some assistance with some city grants. And, I've never seen, especially right now, with a project like this, you don't see a project come in and a center, degrade. It usually only improves, which means, though, increased rents. So, that's, as it improves, usually, the cost goes up also.
Right. So from, I guess, an economic development, I think what you mentioned, consistency is important, right?
It is.
So this lot is zoned for the restaurant. The only thing that's in question is the drive-through, right? And it is allowed, it just has to be done through a CUP. Correct?
Correct.
So if this is approved, no problem, right? Or the resolution is written in the opposite way. So if we approve the project so the project can go move forward, I would assume that would help from a recruitment of new business because we're following the general plan and we're following the Brentwood specific plan because it can go there. If the reverse is true, if it's denied, right? How will that impact you having discussions with future potential developers in terms of look at the general plan, look at the specific area plans, we're consistent with our plans, will that help or hurt your recruitment of new business to Brentwood?
So I think I've given kind of a good description of how things would happen. I think now that you're talking about a specific project, maybe I'm kind of looking at Christy here. I don't think it would really be beneficial for me to give you one way or the other. It's really the Planning Commission's decision here. I described how decisions made by the Planning Commission impact our ability one way or the other with projects. But as it relates to the specific project, I don't think it'd be really appropriate for me to tell you one way or the other because the Planning Commission needs to make a determination based upon the requirements in your zoning code for a conditional use permit and not based upon what maybe an economic development staffer feels that the impacts might be. I'm not trying to to deflect the question, Vice Chair. I'm just trying to, I don't want to say anything that might put the project in jeopardy, either one way or the other.
No, I understand. I knew what the answer was going to be, but I wanted to ask it anyways.
I
So-
appreciate it. I apologize.
No, I get it.
But I hope you understand.
No, yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Floyd?
Yeah, April, I just sent you an email with a link to the Brentwood specific.
Unfortunately, I cannot share from this screen because I am monitoring and running the meeting, but Eric may be able to help you out.
Okay, Eric, do you need a link or do you have it? The Brentwood specific plan?
I have it pulled up right now, yeah. So if you can just tell me what page or section you'd like to go to, I can do that.
I'd like to go to page 72. Thank you.
And am I free to sit down, or Commissioner Floyd, do you have a question for me? Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, and if you would kind of scroll down more towards the bottom there, you can see you can see that purple area at the corner of Brentwood Boulevard and Village Drive, of course. And you could maybe just stick your cursor there. That's actually Taco Bell there. That's come down a little bit south, a little bit more, right there. You were there. This is the property, and right there on the corner of Village Drive and Brentwood Boulevard, that's where the site is proposed. And I just wanted to pull this up, and I have notes from a couple pages from this document, and I just wanted to everybody to know that what I'm looking at is what you're going to be seeing on the screen. It's publicly available, and I will, of course, retain this. But that's mixed use COIR. So now, if we want to go to page 26, so COIR apparently is commercial, office, industrial, residential. And there's some information here. And before I go on with this, I just want to start by saying that I've been in Brentwood since about 2011, actually Thanksgiving 2011. And when I moved here, I started going through, I just became fascinated with all of the public documents that you can get online nowadays. I'm an internet person by trade and by hobby. And one of the first things that I saw was the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. And it was a little different than this now. What they envisioned basically, and you'll see these kind of developments around, is where the shopping center doesn't have any entrance on the main road, on the artery, but it does, the back wall of the shopping center is there, and then the parking is inside, and then there's trees, and then the idea is that there's going to be sidewalks along Brentwood Boulevard and trees, and it will be an inviting place to walk, and then they can walk around, and the entrances would be, on the inside, and where the cars would be parked out of sight. It looks really nice. And so it's modified a little bit. We've had, I think, 2 rounds of public meetings where the consultants have come in and talked to the public about what they'd like to see in the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, what sort of development they'd like to see. And specifically at the last one, I watched one of the meetings on Zoom and participated that way. I'm trying to remember, I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago. It might have been during the lockdown, but we were given 4 separate options as to what Brentwood Boulevard would look like, what kind of development we would see there. None of those options, none of them featured a fast food restaurant sitting right on Brentwood Boulevard, much less any kind of a drive-through. What they were is walkable. Parking would be, removed from the main area, but it would be convenient and close, and then you would walk in. To my mind, a lot of it looks sort of like maybe Broadway Plaza and Walnut Creek, or even towns that have a lot of shops arranged maybe in a square, and you go in and you walk around. That's not what we're seeing here. Okay, so if we can go on, and if we can go on just down to page 28. And these other regulations, item B talks about developments shall be designed to encourage pedestrian activity. They want to encourage pedestrian activity. The idea is that there's going to be people walking around. By including amenities such as shade structures, benches, landscape courtyards, fountains, and gardens, with direct access to building entrances from public sidewalks and on-site pedestrian paths. So I'm looking at the courtyard in this design, and I think it's kind of a token offering to kind of cover that. But if you look at this, and if you understand the history of what the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan is supposed to be about, and the intent that has been expressed to the community, and basically the promises we've been making this community for the last several years, which is something I tend to harp on, that we need to be aware of the promises that we're making to the people that live here of what we're going to do with this town. And right here, it says they shall be designed to encourage pedestrian activity by including amenities such as shade structures, benches, landscape courtyards, fountains, and gardens, and then direct access. What I see in the courtyard that's envisioned here is an area with benches in front of a restaurant by the front door that people have been conditioned by the lockdowns and the on-street expansions of restaurants. They're going to think that's a dining area for the restaurant. They're not going to look at that and see, oh, this is a meeting place where we can come. It's not going to look like that to people at all. And they're going to be surrounded on three sides by these drive-throughs. It's not a pedestrian area. It is literally a parking lot on one side and it's drive-through on three others. This is nothing like what is envisioned in the specific plan. And this is not what we promised people. And if we keep doing this, if we keep putting these kinds of restaurants, these kinds of drive-throughs and fast foods, and we're just filling up the area, and we're not going to have room left to implement the specific plan because we're building right over it with projects like this. I'm not very happy to see this come forward. I'm not happy to hear that the applicants were encouraged to do this kind of development at this spot. I have nothing against Popeyes. I love Popeyes chicken. I can't eat it anymore for health reasons, but I do love it. I worked there in the late 70s. By the way, class of 76 to Tavares High School. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have anything against Popeyes. I hear they have a really great chicken sandwich, and I would love to see this facility, this restaurant, in a place that is actually zoned for it. This is not in concordance with the specific plan the way I read it. And that's what I'd like for my fellow commissioners to consider as to whether this particular restaurant at this particular spot meets what the community has been told is going to be put along Brentwood Boulevard in this area. And that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Brand.
I think a lot of the discussion that we have today is very reflective of what we heard in April. And in an effort to sort of not repeat our former discussions, I think, in summary, I think we have seen an explosion of economic growth in this, I'll call it 2 square miles, probably north of here, probably closer to from here to about Lone Tree Avenue, Lone Tree Way. What I think we've done is turned on the hose for institutions of this nature to come in, set up shop, do business, and it's been flowing pretty well. And like the chair had iterated, there are 8 within a square mile of this area. 8. 4 of which would at the intersection just north of there. Now, yeah, and as Commissioner Flohr described, the 500 feet away, there's a KFC. Now, I know we had a commenter specifically reference the accessibility to faster food. I don't want to downgrade the Popeyes restaurant chain. I don't actually know how to describe it. I think we forget exactly, but it's fair to say that there is plenty of access to that type of, you have 8 options. I mean, frequent a handful of these restaurants over here, and they do offer many accessible options. And I think what we've seen is that there are probably a number of places within Brentwood that this type of institution could land. It's just in this area, it's our opportunity to represent the residents. I think it's the discretion of this commission based off of founded evidence that we would proceed or not with respect to a restaurant of this nature and in this location because of the application of a conditional use permit for a drive-through. And they need a drive-through in order to operate. And I don't see, it'd be great to have a non-drive-through Popeyes location, but it doesn't seem fiscally viable based off of whatever. I mean, I'm not familiar with the business model, but I can only imagine that that would be difficult given that 5% of traffic or revenue is done within the actual restaurant itself. We want to provide options like this to our residents, and all I hear day in and day out from, I'll be frankly honest with people with young families, is they're kind of tired of seeing extra fast food restaurants. And especially in this region, it's a double stack because of the concentration. Now, my biggest issue is the fact that they're all here. I do enjoy Popeyes quite a lot. They have fantastic fried chicken. I often prefer it to KFC, frankly. But I can't in good conscience look at this and say, well, let's just put another one there. Because let's be honest, we've got Taco Bell, KFC, Jack in the Box, Chipotle, Starbucks, Wendy's going up, Panda Express as a drive-through, and then McDonald's. And that's 8, yeah. And so I think we should think twice about density with respect to business diversity. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
So I'd like to refer to the business-specific plan. I don't know, Eric, did you have that up before? I'm going to go to page 8 on the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, page 8. Item number 7 says that it starts on 7, the goals of the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. Item number 7 is to stimulate and encourage the revitalization and or improvement of existing land uses, including buildings, landscaping, access points, and parking areas. I think that we all kind of want, what we as a commission want is almost irrelevant because we can't determine who's going to be there. The Cheesecake Factory is not going to come to that pad. Why? Because they're going to do a demographic study. They're going to do all sorts of studies to determine the feasibility of their restaurant on that pad. Now, maybe something else will come there, but we have to evaluate the project that's before us, and the landlord and a potential lessee has come forward to put a project down. We can't say, oh, well, I would prefer, Vic Stewart's to come there. Vic Stewart's would probably look at that and say, I'm not going to put a restaurant there based on the demographics surrounding that area. So we have conflicting objectives. One objective might be we want to upgrade the area by spending some money in the area so that other businesses would therefore invest in the area, which would make it more likely to grow the area so that maybe next time we can get something more beneficial. But I don't know that we're going to get it with the current demographics. We're not going to get the Cheesecake Factory or Vic Stewart's or Ruth Chris to come in there and put a restaurant there, which doesn't have a drive-through because the demographics and the income of that area doesn't support that. Now, how do we build the area up? Maybe we put some investments there. We infuse capital. Then maybe other potential investors will come to the area. But I think it's hard to do that on a one-shot deal. And it's not what we have before us. And I don't know that we are the arbiters of what goes there. I think we can evaluate the current business, the design of the business. Does it look good? You know, does it fit the zoning? Does it meet all the recommendations? But it's hard to say, well, I personally want something better, because I may want something better, but I don't know that it's going to come. And you know, how are we going to get that over the next period of time? So that's my comments on that. And I think that this does, going back to the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan goals, page 8, number 7 is to stimulate and encourage the revitalization and or the improvements of existing land use, including buildings, landscapes, access points, and parking areas. And I think this does do that. And it does it for the future. May not be what we want, right, but it does do it for the future. Thank you.
Chair Roberts, may I interject?
Sure, go right ahead.
If you can scroll up just a little bit, Eric, to item 4. I'll read that out to you because there's 10 things here, and taken together, they kind of create a vision. We'll talk about 2 in a minute, but number 4 specifically says, transform the historical auto-oriented strip commercial land use patterns by prohibiting that type of development in the future and by requiring a vibrant mix of workplace and residential land uses easily accessible by pedestrians, bicyclists, and transit riders, as well as motor vehicle drivers. I can think of nothing more auto-oriented than a drive-through restaurant. And it says right here, item 4, we should be prohibiting that type of development. So again, I don't know the legalities of it. We have counsel here, but to me, it sure looks like we're being encouraged in a specific plan not to allow this sort of development. It says prohibit. It uses the actual word prohibit. And also number 2 says create an attractive and inviting link between the northeast entrance to the city and the city's downtown area, accessible by a variety of travel modes. And again, I'm not sure what's so attractive about putting up a bunch of drive-through restaurants, but that's what we've done. And I think we need to knock it off. I think we need to start paying attention to what this document says and start living by it. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
So if I may, there was a study done, and the city paid for it. So I'm very methodical. The city paid for it and engaged the residents in this community to participate. And they came back with this document. Now, I'm going to be practical about this. I understand that there's revenue that the city is trying to go after and the landlord's trying to go after. But I'm also quite aware of what this document says as it relates to pedestrians. This rendering of this little area where folks can sit down and enjoy a meal, I'm just wondering if there isn't an opportunity for us to cut down on some of that drive-through and build out some kind of rendering that encourages people to do just that, participate as pedestrians, cyclists, to actually come out and be outside, to sit, and not at one table with trellises, but that there is some kind of rendering that looks more, not like a park, but an offshoot of an area that is more inviting for community. Because quite frankly, that community that sits behind this suggested location doesn't want another drive-through. Now, I didn't go to all of them, and someone had mentioned there are 65,000 people, or there's a big number out there. Not all 65,000 people have communicated to this commission what it is that they want for that location either. So all we can go with is what we've heard. So there's got to be some kind of meeting. I, for one, am saddened that it's not more walkable, that it is just one drive-through after another after another. And that we do have an opportunity to do something a little different that begins to address what's in that document that the taxpayers, by the way, paid, unless it was by grant, paid to deal with a survey of what it is that they wanted for Brentwood Boulevard. And we do have a commitment to folks that live behind that area or that are in the city of Brentwood to stick with that. Now, if somebody wants to do another survey and find out if things have changed, that's fine, well and good. But for right now, this is what we're looking at. So my recommendation, and this is just my opinion, is to cut down on some of that drive-through. And oh, by the way, just a point of reference, there are quite a few Popeyes in this nation that do not have drive-throughs that do very well. Just so you know, quite a few. Where? On 125th Street in Harlem, in Ohio, right downtown, and Akron. There are several in Houston. You can just look them up. They're there. But the thing about those restaurants are people are walking. It's walking community. And we have earmarked Brentwood Boulevard as a community, as a boulevard that is all about driving. And if that's what we're going to do, then we probably need to think through this document that we're looking at and perhaps do another survey to be right with the community, especially in that neighborhood, to say, yeah, we are okay with it being a fast food, well, a restaurant with drive-throughs, not fast food, but a restaurant with drive-throughs. And so that's my meeting of the minds. Can we put this somewhere else? Absolutely. Do we need the revenue? Not turning down revenue, not turning down jobs. But it's enough already with all of the drive-throughs on Brentwood Boulevard. And because we have it, it's like we're setting a precedent. Because we've got 8, let's get one more. And that's okay. And I don't think it's okay. That's just my opinion. I think that we can do something else in that. And I understand that we've got someone in front of us that's willing to spend the money, and I appreciate that. But this commission, if everyone that came before this commission with a project and was ready to put the money down, if we were tasked to say yes to everything, I don't know what kind of city of Brentwood we would have. So better for Brentwood, there is something to be said about that. Not everything that comes before this commission is going to be checked, a box checked to say, no problem. And one more thing. I look at places like Walnut Creek and Moraga and a couple other places up in that neighborhood. There are quite a few restaurants that are doing very well, all sit down, and you have a diversity of folks, both young and old, going into these restaurants. They've been there. Pastino's has been there forever. So there are quite a few restaurants that are sit down that are not going anywhere in these towns. And I don't know why it is that we can't draw something like that. We're not looking for a Cheesecake Factory. But there are a lot of single owner operators that would be more than happy. Pastino's is a single operator to come in and build a restaurant. I don't know, but I'm just putting it out there. Commissioner Spalding.
Sparling, but
Spalding.
I know you've been away. I'm not even sure where to begin with this. It's frustrating because I think we're not being consistent with believe me, I've read the general plan, I've read the Brentwood specific plan, I've read all the specific plans. Our job is to be consistent, and what the Brentwood specific plan says is this kind of establishment can go here. All the other things are important, but it says that this kind of restaurant can go here. I have brought this up on the dais before, that at some point, maybe if we don't want fast food and sit-down restaurants to be treated differently, then we need to change the zoning for them. Today, there is no differentiation between both of them in the zoning codes. So we can't hope that the zoning are going to change. We have to use the zoning changes in front of us. If this is not, if the vote is to not pass this to build, because I was getting, when I think about the way the resolution is written, it's opposite. Then we're turning down an investment of significant $3 million to build it, 30 to 35 jobs, and the income for those people who now no longer need to travel from this area for jobs, and we're turning down tax revenue that the city is going to need because the development fees for homes is coming to an end. Standalone restaurants are struggling. Rubiano's downtown is struggling. Now, part of it is because of a health condition, but I think that may have been the catalyst, but that's not the beginning of it, right? So standalone restaurants are struggling. If you want to know why developers want to put fast food restaurants on Brentwood Boulevard, or why they're building fast food restaurants, is because that's where people are going. We live in a capitalist society, and people are going to invest where they can get the return on their investment. For all the people who say they don't like drive-thrus in Brentwood, the drive-thrus are awfully busy in Brentwood. So I think it's, yes, would everyone like, I would love an office building to be built here, right? I would love personally for a biotech firm to come in and invest in Brentwood, right? That's not going to happen right now. So we have an opportunity to, I'll use the word reinvent. There's probably better words I can use. This shopping center and invest some life in that area. It's not our job. I don't care that there is a Kentucky Fried Chicken down the road. It's not our job to pick winners and losers. It's our job to make sure that this project fits the zoning codes, and it does. And we're putting our economic development team in a hard place where we have the zoning that it's coded for, and then we come up and we find some very tiny reason to reject a commercial development for this. This is going to revitalize that area, or it's going to help continue to revitalize it. The landlord's up here. We can't hold him to it, but the landlord's up here saying, if this is passed, I'm going to reinvest in the shopping center, which is exactly what I'm assuming we would love to hear. Where's he going to get that money for? From the lease from Popeyes, right? So it all fits together. And this is a good project. The design of the building is a good project. If you want to change the queuing and make the drive-through shorter, sure. Or to address Commissioner Floor's point about he doesn't think the shade area and the benches and parks, it was just kind of an afterthought by Popeyes, maybe, but we can add it as a condition of approval to do a couple things. Build it out. We can direct them to work with staff. It doesn't need to come back to us, or it can go back to the committee, sub-design committee for those meetings. The other thing we can do is we can ask them, and I don't know that we can make this a requirement, but we can ask them to do community outreach to actually advertise to the area, because it is a walkable area. California, we don't walk anywhere. We want to drive everywhere. So it's I appreciate the references of New York and Houston, but you're also talking about metropolitan areas that have millions of people, where Brentwood has 60,000 people, 80% commute. Right? So the reason why Brentwood Boulevard is busy is because people are coming back from work or going out to work, right? The goal of the Innovation Center is to bring jobs to Brentwood, right? And the more development we have in Brentwood to revitalize these areas that are going to be forgotten when the Innovation Center happens potentially, this is the time to do it. We have someone right here who's willing to do it now. And if you say no to this, you're saying no to jobs. And that is probably not something you want to do in an election year. So it's something that we need to reconsider, and we can add conditions of approval to get the project right so that it is what you want, so that we can make sure the community knows they can use it without being a customer of Popeyes. We all know that if they use it to have some meetings, they're going to end up going into Popeyes. That's just the way that works. But we can add that as a condition of approval. We can shorten the queue if that's what you like. I actually think the way the queue is set up is good, but I'm willing to have that conversation, because I think this is a good project, and it's something that should be approved to be built because it's additive to Brentwood. It doesn't take anything away from Brentwood. And again, the people who are complaining about it, about too many drive-throughs is what we want, especially after COVID. People don't want to go into a restaurant and pick things up at the counter. They want to be able to just grab it from a window. That's why so many people are building them. Those are just the simple facts. And it still supports the spirit of the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan and also supports the general plan. So I'll leave it there.
All right, let me rebut on that. Yeah, I said New York and I said Houston, but I also said Walnut Creek, walking community. A lot of standalone restaurants. And so let's be clear about that's working for Walnut Creek. Moving forward, I also indicated that I'd like to have the queuing cut down so that we'd have more or meeting of the minds, if you will, to both be included with the Brentwood Boulevard report along with the general plan. I don't want to lean on one and exclude the other. And the Brentwood Boulevard plan or report is equally important. And 3, yes, the people in Brentwood that live in that community, they count. They do count. And I have a gentleman that's sitting right here that has also expressed his concern about it. He counts. So I'm being inclusive about what it is I'm saying. I'm not saying to remove jobs and revenue. What I am saying is that there could be another place for it. And if we elect to have it where it is, that we put a conditional use on this and cut down on that queue and make it more community friendly. And I don't see why we couldn't do that. That would be my ask. That being said, Commissioner Floyd?
Well, any drive-through is going to be, I don't have it right in front of me. Let me pull it up. I'll just read it again. An auto-oriented strip commercial land use, which we are supposed to be prohibiting. It's right there, number 4. And I will point out that the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan is the general plan as it applies to this area, which is why I pointed it out on the map. That is the zoning. It is COIR. We're not supposed to be putting strip malls in there or doing strip commercial land use. Again, a drive-through restaurant is the most auto-oriented kind of land use I can think of. It does nothing to meet any of the goals, and I only bring up the goals because it was brought up first by Commissioner Johnson. And the other thing that I brought up, which is the zoning, developments shall be, there's a shall in there, shall be designed to encourage pedestrian activity. This is not encouraging pedestrian activity. It's a drive-through. You don't walk to a drive-through. Pedestrian means walking. So I don't agree that the zoning permits this use. I think the zoning is pretty clear in not wanting this there. And we can disagree on that, I suppose. But I see nothing in the things that I just read that says it's okay to have a drive-through. It's just it's the English language. A pedestrian is not a person in a car at a window. That's all I can say about it.
Commissioner Brandt? I'm going down there, going down this way.
I know there was the argument also brought up, it's like, okay, so this is a blank space as of right now. We would like to fill it. We have a willing tenant to come in and spend $3 million, 1% tax revenue on all of that. Right, so if this goes in as a drive-through restaurant, how's that going to turn into an office building? The generational evolution of a property like that, right? It's going to take, if someone wants to do something other than a drive-through, you effectively have to bulldoze and start over. So essentially, we're back at square one again. So in that case, it's like we're sort of committing to a drive-through there being effectively there for as long as it would opt to stay in business or as long as it can stay in business. So I don't really grasp the significance of, well, okay, so the space is blank. Okay, we have a willing tenant, but okay, well, it's a drive-through, the density, I've already made that comment. I've looked at the past images of this street from the past 17 years, and we've seen, that this street is been beautified slightly, but the overall exterior of the building looks relatively uniform from the way it has since then. And so I don't know chicken or egg as far as what is encouraging versus not. But what I will say is it's like Commissioner Flores commented very explicitly, right? Ever since the bypass went in, it's like this used to be the major thoroughfare. And so the auto-oriented and these types of businesses, we talked about this in April, is like that was what was there. And now what we're saying is the BBSP, the whole idea behind it is how do we revitalize this via the residents' input in a way that allows it to evolve into a new beginning. And, we've seen a variety of businesses go in there. We have a number of legacy businesses that have represented this area very strongly. And my ask is that we continue that tradition by leveraging this document. And I personally am seeing a lot more advocacy for businesses other than drive-throughs than not, based off of this document.
Commissioner Johnson.
So I just want to go back to what Commissioner Floor had mentioned about transform the historical auto-oriented strip commercial land use. First of all, Popeyes isn't auto-oriented. It's not a strip. There's a strip mall there. Obviously, I understand that there, but we're not creating a strip mall. I want to go to one more thing on the general plan on item number 9, which is create conditions that will attract economic investment. And this, you did mention, Commissioner Brand, about the chicken and the egg. I believe that this will spur economic investment because someone who might want to build something behind that Popeyes might, if that's not there, they don't see any movement. They don't see any progress. They don't see any dollars invested. Now you see somebody put some money in there, that will spur other people to say, hey, I might go put a piece of property, or they might rebuild the property they have behind there. The massage parlor might go away and they put something different. Somebody might invest in leasehold improvements and maybe make a architect, put some more money in there. The people who are there, what's going on is we're starving the community sometimes by not allowing businesses to develop. And I go back to something that Commissioner Sparling said. We're not the arbiters of what goes there. We cannot decide. We look at projects that are put in front of us, and the project that's put in front, we don't get to go. We don't get the choice of what goes there, what doesn't. Unfortunately, I mean, if we did, it'd be easy. You might have, I don't know, a romper room because you got young kids or something. I don't know but we don't get that choice. We deal with what's in front of us. This will spur investment in that community, in that area.
Commissioner Sparling.
Yeah, just to build on, I guess, Commissioner Johnson, and also I'll come back to some of the other comments, is that the Brentwood specific plan says, in terms of Commissioner Fuller's comments around auto, you can still walk into this restaurant. This is a sit-down restaurant. That's the hard part about the zoning, right? Zoning is, how do you define a sit-down restaurant? Popeyes is a sit-down restaurant, just happens to have a drive-through. If this was, I would ask a rhetorical question, if this was a Starbucks, if this was I don't want to use that example because that's next. But if this was another coffee place where you had a drive-through, would you feel different about it? Because if you are, then that's not consistent, right? Because it's the same issues. If you want to talk about density, we have 3 current coffee places in the streets of Brentwood, right? We have, so in a much smaller area. So that's where I made my comment about capitalism. Someone in this area, if it's fast food, may not make it, right? Maybe it's KFC, maybe it's Popeyes, maybe it's Taco Bell, right? That's not us to pick. It's 100% zoned for this. If it was a sit-down restaurant, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It wouldn't even have come to us. It would have just been built on staff's approval because it's zoned for it. So therefore, a restaurant can go there. They do qualify as a sit-down restaurant. They just have this added feature of a drive-through. And I'm certainly interested in Chairman Roberts' suggestion of building out the community area a bit, maybe either, and I would suggest having them work with staff or at the very least bring it back to the design subcommittee review to make sure that it's built out. I'm sure between the landlord and Popeyes, they're not going to have a problem with it. If we get to that point, we should ask that question, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. Whether that shrinks the queue or not, I think if that will make you comfortable with this, then I think that's, a compelling direction to go so that we can get resolution on this. I do think, I think that part of our job is to make sure the projects fit the zoning. This fits the zoning. And then it becomes the art of planning, right? The gray area, right? And that's where the drive-through comes in. Again, I'm going to harp on this, right? Is people say they don't want drive-throughs, but the drive-throughs are awful busy. So it's a bit hypocritical for people to say that if they ever go to a drive-through, because if the drive-throughs were not a successful model, there wouldn't be drive-throughs, and people would be building more sit-down restaurants. And sit-down restaurants are struggling right now because of the cost of labor, the cost of food, and because of inflation and other issues, people are not spending as much money out. So that's where this type of restaurant comes in to go get something different. So this is a compelling project. It fits the zoning. I could go through any project in front of us and find one part of Brentwood specific plan, general plan, or all the other specific plans we have, and come up with a sentence that says, yeah, this doesn't fit. That's not hard to do. But it follows the spirit of the Brentwood specific plan, and it is a good project. And in my opinion, it's something that we should consider approving.
Commissioner Floyd?
Sure. It's 70% a drive-through restaurant and 30% a sit-down restaurant, according to the applicant. If you want, we can cherry pick these goals, but sit down and read all 10 of them. And you can say, well, yeah, 7 doesn't really talk about, 1 through 6, and it doesn't really talk about 8 and 10. And 9, create conditions that will attract economic investment. It's just any project is going to attract economic investment. Talking about not, turning away jobs in an election year. Look, we are the Planning Commission. What we are tasked to do with, what we are up here to do is to review an application and either approve it or deny it. And we are absolutely required to deny projects if they're not appropriate. That is our job. To say that's not our job is a complete misunderstanding of what we do. We are not here to rubber stamp every application that comes up. And every commercial application that we deny is going to have jobs because it's a commercial application. And that's just how it goes. And I don't want to seem like I don't care about jobs. I care about jobs. I'm a capitalist. Basically, I live on investments these days. I'm about to retire. I believe in capitalism. I believe in making a profit. I believe in Popeyes as an excellent enterprise. I believe it's a great nationwide company. This project does not belong because, and specifically because, we're supposed to be prohibiting it as is written in wording right in front of us that it should be prohibited. To say that a drive-through restaurant is not auto-oriented, I can't even understand that preposition. It's definitely auto. You drive through in an auto. You get there in an auto. You leave in an auto. This is just perpetuating what it's always been. And again, we're trying to convert it because, as was pointed out earlier by Commissioner Brand, this used to be Highway 4. And what happened when the bike path became officially Highway 4, and I don't know if everybody here remembers what happens in this city, it was promised to us that Brentwood Boulevard would finally be upgraded, would stop being kind of this junky road that people drove through it, way over the speed limit and nothing much there. And it was supposed to be nice. And, there is this whole plan, this whole dream, this whole idea, and the public has been presented with this twice. I don't know if any of the rest of the commissioners have attended those meetings. I have. I've seen all the nice presentations. I'm sure the city has them on film somewhere if you want to go back and look. This is not that. And to say that it is, to say that this is permitted when we're looking at wording that specifically says the word prohibited, shall, I don't know how it could be any plainer. I just don't.
So clearly, I'm not going to convince you, you're not going to convince me, that's fine. But I will say that it is up to the consumer to decide whether they go through a drive-through or sit down. They have to have a sit down. They could build, otherwise they would build a shack that you would just drive through. They're building a nice facility that they've offered the community to do. So at this point, I think, Chair Roberts, what I'd like to hear is if you have specifics on how you would like to improve the community area that they called it, so that we can talk about that to see if we can get you comfortable with, with.
So this is
what
what
that
I
would look like.
envision. I envision, when this came before us back in April, we said no drive-through. Clearly, the applicant came back and he's got the same drive-through. What I envision to engage the Brentwood Boulevard plan, which says prohibited, and I've read it. I did not attend either of those, but to meet in the middle, what I would like to see is more of a community setup around that. Let that be the footprint for the beginning of something that's generational on Brentwood Boulevard. So what does that look like? Can you put that picture back up for me, please? The one with the drive-through and the BMW?
Can I ask just a clarify? So would you, just for, because I hate, I don't like designing from here.
But I just.
But would you be comfortable with, once we hear your thoughts, of referring it to either the design subcommittee review for final rendering or to city staff?
Who's on design review? Yeah, design review.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this. You see all that space? There's a lot of space there, tons of it. I mean, it's just blown up and it looks bigger than it really is. But I'm looking at the lot size and there's some space there. What I'd like to see is we cut out some of that space relative to where those cars are parked on the side and make it somewhat of a community gathering. When I say gathering, you got one bench, one table with a couple of cement chairs around it. I'd like to see more of that. I'd like to see some grass. See, I know we can't do real grass, but you can put some fake grass out there. Something that brings about a family, because most of the people that live behind that Popeyes, they're families. They're families back there. I don't know. I've walked it back there, and that's what I see. Some very hardworking blue-collar families that have children. So they can come, and I'm not trying to put a park there, but something that reflects community. And more than just one bench. I'm talking a couple of benches with some grass where people can feel, and some shade, and I'm not talking trees, I'm talking shade, where folks can feel a sense of community and make that the start of something. Because frankly, they might not go inside. And just a note, there's sidewalk cafes all over San Francisco, Walnut Creek. They're everywhere. So the sidewalk cafes are working. Just so you know, Lafayette's got a ton of them as well. So it does work. folks do like to go outside. They do like to sit outside. They do like to, maybe not in the middle of the afternoon, but certainly in the morning. This is a senior citizen community. There are a lot of folks that are retired here that could benefit from sitting outside. This is just my recommendation that meets some of what the Brentwood Boulevard report is saying. Specific plan. It's asking for that. And I think that we can convert that, keep some of the drive-through. My only concern is the carbon dioxide that's coming off of that drive-through. And we'd have to talk about that for a minute because I wouldn't want to be sitting and smelling exhaust while I'm trying to eat something with my kids. So we'd have to think about that, but that's what I'm envisioning.
Have you seen what Denny's did to the side, outside?
Yeah,
There's
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I'm
I
looking
get, yeah,
at.
yeah.
There's no drive-through next to that, though.
There are drive-throughs around it.
There are, however, it's on the eastern elevation, right?
Correct.
You've got Panda, which goes around the east side, which is at least
Bishop Brand,
70 feet.
my point of bringing that up is not to like argue about where the drive-through is. My point was to get a visual of what she's thinking about because Denny's has something, I think, what she was talking about. And there is more than one, the rendering doesn't show it. There is, I think, 3 tables and 4 benches, if I'm not mistaken, already in the plan. But I just wanted to get a visual of what you were thinking, and that was the easiest one I could think of because it's brand new and it's at a restaurant, right?
Yeah, but look at how that's set up. You got 4 cement tables, or I think they're not picnic tables. They're cement tables with cement stools right there. I would really like to see a little more community where folks could actually come and not be all crowded, but can actually sit about, and that there's some grass. I know that that's cement, but we can certainly put some grass and just make it more community. That's what I'm looking at. If we're going to consider this, I would like to consider more community than drive-through, if that makes sense. Yes.
Chair Roberts, I have some design considerations. As I was talking about before, the kind of developments that we're looking at in the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, and I would seriously hope that my fellow commissioners would study that plan a little bit more and study some of the presentations that have been given. But the idea of it is to block off the traffic noise. So if you were wanting to contemplate something like that, and I'm not sure why we're doing this because it's prohibited, but if you wanted to contemplate something like that, what you should be looking at is turning the restaurant sideways and running it along Brentwood Boulevard so that the space would be behind it. If you look at the map, which is oriented north to the top, west to your left, the wind in Brentwood blows from the west all the time. I mean, I've got the next week's wind forecast up on one of my tabs in my browser. The wind is always blowing from the west. Anybody sitting there anywhere along Brentwood Boulevard is just going to be hearing cars. They're going to be breathing not just carbon dioxide, but carbon monoxide, nitric oxide, various other sulfur compounds that come out of the tailpipe of a car. And people are going by, and it's Brentwood. They're not just going by in sedans. They're going by a lot of times in gigantic trucks that make a lot of noise. I used to have a friend that lived on Minnesota, and there was a sound wall, but he was on the second floor, and he just, they were there all night. It's not going to be pleasant, no matter what you're contemplating as far as the layout of it. It's where it is. It's right next to a busy highway, basically. It's a street. There's cars. There's toxic air. I wouldn't sit there just because I want to stay alive longer. And I wouldn't sit there and breathe all that. And I don't think people are going to be enticed by it. I think if this was going to come back at all, I would want to see it come back completely reimagined and made consistent with the planning that has already been done for a specific plan, for Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. We have had consultants come in show what it can look like, what can be done there. And I think that this site calls out for, I mean, it's almost within walking distance of downtown Brentwood. This is supposed to be our gateway. And I just want to see something there that is in the spirit of that. I think that what you're contemplating as a middle of the road is like 95% in the wrong direction. I think if we're going to truly be in the middle, we need to see a plan that is fully realized, thought out, and made consistent with the vision, the zoning, and the intent of the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. Just to say that, well, we could put some more benches. We could maybe have fewer cars in line. If you do that, you're just going to have cars in the street. That's why they made it so big in the first place, is to keep cars from spilling out onto the street while they're waiting. I don't think it's a good idea for us to sit here and tinker with this design. I would much rather see a refreshed application. I think that we should probably at least take a vote on the resolution in front of us and see if we have some will there. And then but I just don't see any way we're going to sit here and design our way out of this one. There's just too much wrong with it. It's the wrong site. It's the wrong orientation to the street. There's nothing between the community area and the street, which there should be, to protect people from the fumes and the noise and, basically the tire rubber that, gets in the air. There's a lot of reasons why you don't want to just be sitting right next to the road, and that's what this is. I would urge you to think carefully about what we're doing here before we make a design choice that we would regret later.
Chair Roberts?
Yes.
Might I just interject for a second here? Just since this discussion is going a variety of places, I kind of wanted to bring the commission back to the decision that's before you tonight on the conditional use permit. And I just want to make sure that we're clear for the record and for the public that this proposed restaurant use is allowed in the zone and the drive-through is conditionally allowed in the zone, and conditional uses are only allowed in the COIR if you can make the required findings to issue the CUP. There may be some areas in the COIR where a conditional use might fit and the findings can be made, and there might be other places or other designs where the commission decides that it doesn't fit. But in either case, the commission needs to make a decision based on those required findings. So I just would ask that we kind of turn to the required findings on pages 2 and 3 of the draft resolution. And I'm going to let Eric kind of interject here for a second as well and set the stage for a potential path forward here.
Thanks, Christy. Yeah, obviously a tough project, tough issues, no real consensus at this point. So the staff report and the resolution in the agenda packet obviously was set up to deny based on prior direction provided by the commission. The resolution, however, is incomplete, as the commission would note, with certain findings. Christy's been working hard during the discussion to craft what those findings might look like, just based on the discussion that's occurred. But we're not quite in a position to be able to display that just yet. So my recommendation at this point, and this is really not typical and it's a little awkward, but just given where we're at some point, someone's going to need to make a motion, right, to either approve or deny the project. My recommendation would be for that to happen. When that happens, obviously see if there is a second on that motion. If there is, and if it's to deny the project, we would briefly recess to fine tune the resolution with the findings, come back probably 5-10 minutes max, display those so the commission could see them in their entirety, and then do the vote. And then if there's a motion to approve, we would do something similar because the approval resolutions were not in this packet, but we would take a few minutes to print those out, make sure everybody had a chance to scan through them. They would basically be the same ones that were provided in April, And then if there's a notion to either amend or add certain conditions of approval, we could use those as the basis to craft those. So I know that's not typical, but that's my recommendation at this point.
Go ahead, Commissioner Spalding.
I was waiting for you to call me. So Christy, could we add a condition, can we add a condition of approval to ask the applicant to do community outreach to promote the community development area? I'm not sure what the right language of what we want to call it, but the seating area that anyone can use? Or is that something that we can just ask, but we can't condition as an, but the reason why I'm asking is because I witnessed this at a City of San Francisco Planning Commission meeting, and I was a little surprised they asked for what they were going to do. Totally different than this, but.
I just want to make sure I understand. You want just outreach about, hey,
promote-
this is
to
just
promote the space.
promotion? I
Yeah.
think that would be appropriate. You're not asking for a redesign of the project at all.
Well, potentially, so there would be two, right, that we've discussed. One is, Chair Roberts is asking for an enhanced community area. Probably the best way to put it, right? That would be referred to the design subcommittee review for approval. That would be number one. Am I catching the spirit of it? Second one would be to have the applicant promote that area to the surrounding neighborhoods to make them aware that it could be used without using Popeyes. Because that was one of the things where I think someone, I can't remember who said it was that no one's going to use it because no one's going to know about it, right? And I did witness this, a different City of San Francisco Planning Commission asked for that. I thought that was unique. This was a biotech facility that they were wanting to do outreach on. And so they didn't end up asking for it, but I thought that was a unique idea, and it just came to me because of the discussion tonight.
Yeah, you can condition
Okay.
for additional community outreach. My concern on I just want to make sure we're clear on the condition of approval that would require like a minor redesign that would get approved later by the design review subcommittee.
Yes, for
Okay.
only the,
So final approval of the project plans with some kind of enhanced seating. I think you would want to flesh out what that would look like so that our condition of approval could be like appropriately crafted this evening. And we probably want to, recess and confer with the applicant and whether that's something that they're ready to do. Because if they're not,
sure, that's why I was going to ask them at some point, if we get there, I don't know that we're there yet, to ask them, would they be willing to do that? Because I haven't heard any objections to the actual building design by any of the commissioners tonight.
Yeah,
I mean,
we haven't talked about
I
the
mean-
building design. If you want to do that, I can give you some objections.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm just saying, we haven't talked about it yet, right? So that's why the specific condition would be the,
Community.
yeah, the community area with an enhanced design and then the promotion, right? So those are my things. If people have concerns about the building design, sure, then we can talk about that too.
All right, Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, I want to get a word in here, edgewise, just get forgotten at the end. Hey, I think I want to make a motion. Can I do that?
Well, you can, but we still have people talking.
Oh, I didn't know they were still talking.
They're talking.
This talking? You New Yorkers.
Commissioner Brandt.
Is, if you were to bring this to the community and then said, okay, well, we're going to, find out what you want, right? What if they don't want a drive-through?
That's not what the condition would be. The condition would be they would be promoting the outdoor area so people would know about it. It wouldn't be, that's not what the condition would be. The condition would, someone up here made the comment, people would know about this, that they could use it. So my thought process was we could add a condition of approval that says, hey, we have this community area, you can use it, right? So some sort of community outreach within the surrounding area. That's all. Because that solves that problem. That puts them on the hook to go out and promote that. It's not promoting whether you want the restaurant or not, right? Or the drive-through, or even if you want a community area. The community area is already going to be there. It's just that they know they're promoting that you can use the area free of charge without having to be a customer of Popeyes, which is what they've said.
So we're not soliciting the input of our residents to decide what would be helpful and appropriate to be a part of their community?
For this design? For the design of the
for
community
them.
area?
I mean, well, let's be honest, right? This area is specifically different from use of the actual restaurant, right? The Brentwood Boulevard specific plan indicates that they need areas, as Commissioner Flora described, that are separate, that create sense of community, belonging, and all of these kinds of things. And so what we're saying is like, oh, by the way, it's here, but we don't ask, well, what do you want?
Well, if you can get 3 votes for that, sure, but I think it's going to make it super complicated to have.
Already complicated.
Well, it's going to get even more complicated. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
because then you're going to delay, right? And then again, because it's going to get really. Well, are we talking about just the community area, right? So that's we don't. This is a different thought, right? Maybe we just don't do that part at all, and we just say, hey, just enhance the area, right? And we don't ask that. If you feel like they should ask the community because it's potentially a community area, sure. If there's 3 people who want that, sure.
Okay. Commissioner Floyd.
Yeah, I have a comment on that idea. I think I have had a number of interactions with people that had projects that they thought people were gonna just love. And they come in and they say, okay, this is what we're gonna do, and people hate it. And Dave, you know what I'm talking about. You've been in those meetings. And to go to this neighborhood after the fact, after approving it and say, oh, you're gonna love this, without getting their input up front, I don't think that's gonna play. I know this town pretty well, and I stay on social media. I don't comment much anymore, but I watch. And to go in to anybody's neighborhood and say, okay, well, we know you didn't want this drive-through, but hey, look, we're going to give you this this community space, and we know you're going to love it. I just don't think that's the way to go. I really think that what we need to do is get a plan that the community can get behind, and then have that brought. And I just don't think, I think you're doing it backwards. I think the community needs to weigh in. And I know, it's really easy when you have a little bit of power to say, oh, well, it's going to take too much time, or it's too hard, or, we just don't have, we just can't accommodate the public on every issue because it's just too much. No, it's democracy. We have time. The public can weigh in. I want to hear from them, and I have heard from them. And so far, what you're contemplating doing tonight is the exact opposite of what I've heard they want. So no, I don't think that solves anything. I just think it's a slap in the face to the people that live in that area. And again, we're not talking about 65,000 people in Brentwood. We're talking about the people that are in the area that will be most affected by this.
I go back to what our role is. We are not to be for designing from this dais. We're not to design this from the dais. I think that Commissioner Roberts has a good idea about expanding. We want to uphold and build up that community. We do not want it to stay the same way for another 20 years till somebody up here is satisfied with what's going to go there. We want to lift up the community. We have to invest in the community. What Commissioner Roberts said about maybe making a community will accomplish a couple of things. We get a brand new building there. We put $3 million there. We put 30 jobs there, $20 an hour. And then maybe the landlord has some more funds to get some other different types of businesses behind you. Can't just keep saying, oh, I want this, I want that. It's not, business owners don't go around listening to planning commission meetings going, oh, I think I'll put this building here. They look at the property, they look and they decide whether they're going to make an investment in a place of business. They decide, oh, this looks like a good place to make some money. It'll be good for the community, and they make an investment. They don't look to us to design their building, turn the building this way, you know how much these plans cost that we're talking about turning this way and turning that way? And the amount of time and effort, We are trying to build up that community, build up give people options for parks, sit down, go in. We're not forcing them to sit down outside. We're just giving them an opportunity to sit down outside. If nobody wants a drive-through, Popeyes will fail. Maybe Popeyes won't fail. Maybe KFC will fail. I don't know, but it's not for us to decide what wins and who's going to win that job, who's going to win that battle. We should consider what Commissioner Roberts said, invest in the community, invest in that block that hasn't seen any investment since I've been in Brentwood for 20 some odd years. It fits the zoning. It fits, as Christy has said, it meets those criteria. It does need a CUP, but we can't just wish our way into something. We'll be here next year.
Won't be. So here's the thing, and just for clarification, I don't know, I think we're pretty well traveled around here. I think many of us go out. I see a lot of the people from the chamber here. I know they go out. And so when you go out to places like Walnut Creek, San Francisco, Livermore, Lafayette, Orinda, there are a lot of sidewalk cafes on the main drag. And on the main drag, there are cars going up and down those streets. So I want us to get away from that whole exhaust thing, because it seems to be working for a lot of longstanding restaurants in these communities. We just need to, yes, I'm concerned about carbon dioxide, but at the end of the day, I see this in other areas, and it seems to be working. And these are longstanding restaurants. I've mentioned a few already. That being said, what I envision, and this is what I'm envisioning, I'm not saying the commissioners agree, I would like to see less of a drive-through. I just think I just cannot, I cannot support this 27 queue. If that's the way we're going, I'm not comfortable with it. I'm just going to be very clear about that. It's a drive-through, and they've got to make their revenue. I get it, and they're spending money, bringing money into the community. I get it. It's prohibitive. I get it. But in that document, I would like to see more community. And so how I see community around that restaurant, if we're going to build out that restaurant, I want to see some grass. I want to see tables about. I do want to see an invite for children, particularly. You've got a whole backdrop of spaces of cars can park in the back if they want to. But that whole area where you've got cars striped, I'd like to see that go away, and I'd like to see that filled with some kind of green space and tables and chairs. That's what I'd like to see. That brings about community and a footprint that says, well, this is what we're doing. Commissioner Spaulding brought up Denny's, but there are a lot of other places that have this type of design, and it works. And they're off the streets, and no one seems to be complaining about that information, that back and forth. The drive-through by itself, I'm not comfortable with it. I don't like what I see in terms of the rendering of that one little cement table. That's not bringing about any kind of walkability. I would walk by it myself. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'd like to see more effort being put toward the community and the ability to walk and sit than more of the same, which is let's drive through and get our Popeyes. That's what I'm saying. And at the same time, we are developing jobs. Yes, we are, in fact, not turning down revenue. If I had my druthers, I'd put it somewhere else, to be quite honest with you. But seeing how we're here and we're talking about this now, as our legal counsel has communicated, then I think we have to make a decision about it being here and now. And so that's what if the applicant is willing to spend a little more money and work with the landlord on green space and tables and, you know, I take it one step further and put a swing set on there. I mean, where it's really community, where you're really inviting the community and not, you know, just I would like to see a little build out. That's what I'd like to see.
So if we could get a little more community space, more tables, maybe some, I don't know if maybe I don't know if they can put grass there,
Yeah,
but
they could.
AstroTurf
Yeah, they could.
or something like that. Would that be amenable to you?
Yeah, but it can't be, you know, listen, I'm not talking about 1 or 2 tables. I'm talking about making it a
50.
community,
No,
a community space.
a community space.
Yeah.
So can I make a motion?
But wait a minute, I want to make sure that all the commissioners have been
Oh.
heard.
I'm tr-
Yeah, again, I think it's a terrible idea. The space, by the way, is a community courtyard as it's been identified in the application packet. If I was going to do a redesign, as I said, I would flip the restaurant to run alongside Brentwood Boulevard as envisioned in the specific plan and all the design work that I've seen, so that if you wanted to make a community courtyard, it would be more internal to the space, more protected from the traffic. And I think the drive-through just needs to be deleted. It's just not appropriate for the area. We've already got, what did we count, 10? As far as being business-friendly, by the way, there is a KFC right there. I don't know how friendly they're going to take this, but, you know, I wasn't the first person to bring up competition. So I am very business-friendly. I want to see a successful business on that corner. I just don't want to see a drive-through there. I'm very hard-pressed to see how you're going to come up with a design. And again, Gerald, in your own words, we should not be sitting here designing on the dais. It's not what we should do. We need to look at this application as it is, give it an up or a down, and then decide where the applicant can go next after we've made a decision on the application.
My name was referenced, so I do agree that we shouldn't be designing from the dais, but I believe Chair Roberts said we would approve it conditionally with shortening of the drive-through and maybe expanding the community center, the community space. So that's not, I'm not trying to say I want to turn the building to the left. I'm saying we would conditionally approve it with shortening the drive-through and expanding the community space.
We've killed it. Okay, so let's
No,
go
we
ahead.
haven't. Chair Roberts, with all due respect, we have done no discussion of the design of the building. If the commission is looking at putting forward a resolution to approve, then we need to fully consider the design, and I do have comments on it.
You don't want to do it in parts? You'd rather do the whole thing all-inclusive?
Yeah, I think we need to review the design. If a break would be great, yeah.
Oh,
Might I interject, but right before we take a break, if that's okay? So the conditional use permit on the drive-through, the design is currently contingent on approval of the conditional use permit. If we don't have a consensus on whether the commission desires a drive-through at this location, then we don't get to the design review portion of the project. If we have consensus that yes, we would approve a design review, or I'm sorry, we would approve a conditional use permit for the drive-through, then we can move on to the design portion of the project. But you know, the design is currently proposed with a drive-through. So if we want to get into talking about redesign and moving part of the drive-through around, that's fine, but I would want to kind of maybe have an initial motion, like Eric suggested a little bit ago, to confirm, yes, we are supportive of having a drive-through at this location, and we could make those findings, and then we can, before we vote on that motion, then we can continue our discussion.
So just for clarification, we can in fact speak to the drive-through up or down, but when we go up or down, yes or no, can we not put a conditional use on what that drive-through looks like, or we have to go yes or no on the drive-through as is presented now?
Well, so the drive-through as presented now is what's before you. But if, I just want to make sure that staff, that we are moving in a forward direction, because if we don't have consensus on the, yes, a drive-through would be appropriate for this location, and I can make the findings if it's redesigned, then we don't need to move forward with the design review resolution at all. So I would just suggest kind of thinking about whether we have consensus on is a drive-through appropriate? Could I approve a conditional use permit for a drive-through? And if we need to talk about redesigning the drive-through, that discussion would be, kind of subsequent to, like, let's put a motion on the table and then let's talk about a redesign before we vote on that motion in our discussion. Does that make sense?
That
Okay.
makes sense. Okay, the commission's asked for a break, but I'm wondering, can we, coming back to council, can we break this up? Can we talk through this and make a motion on this piece now and come back and do the building, or we have to do the whole thing? Would you, I just need clarification. on that.
Typically, we,
I'm looking
this
at
is-
Eric.
Either way is fine. No, my recommendation would be to discuss the totality of the project.
Okay.
Right? And the commission can take a break now or after it goes through the design review deliberation. It's up to the commission, right? I would still recommend, though, as Christy pointed out, a second break, if you will, once a motion is made and seconded, just so we can get everything lined up, because it is a little complicated.
All right, so at this time, I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to reconvene. At this time, we are going to move forward with the discussion on building. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, here's Miguel. And here we go. There we go. Moving. Okay, so we're going to go back in session. At this time, we're going to open up for discussion on the building. We're going to talk about the building first before we get into all that. Yeah, we're going to get it all out there before we start making motions. So commissioners, is there any discussion on the building? Commissioner Floyd.
Sure. First of all, the orientation of the building with regard to Brentwood Boulevard is sideways. It needs to be fronting Brentwood Boulevard in accordance with all the designs that I've ever seen for Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. The idea of it is that the building would be visible from the boulevard and attract people. Do I have to bring that up again? Let me find it for you. Oh, where did I have that document? Oh, I'll just grab it again. Maybe it was down in COIR.
Commissioner Floor, can I ask a question regarding this?
Yeah.
While you're looking? So I guess would be to either Eric or Miguel. So Commissioner Floor is saying that the elevation of the building needs to be changed. Is there, and I think you're saying that's because, is it because you said you saw something in the Brentwood specific plan, or you're just saying
and
that's what you've
it's
seen?
supposed to be running along the boulevard.
Is that actually, because I thought that would have been something that staff would have picked up on in the staff report. Is the orientation of the building correct? Or is it in accordance with the Brentwood specific plan, Brentwood Boulevard specific plan?
Let me just bring up the image.
Is the orientation of the building?
The orientation of the building, it does meet the intent of the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan in the sense that it does have a front door or a enhanced facade on the western portion that fronts Brentwood Boulevard. And this was done intentionally. The original project did not have that. It was just a blank facade.
And that's, I think, page 34 of the packet.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Page 34 of the packet.
The original design?
No, the existing one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Floyd?
All right. Well, let's look at the architecture policy for Entrance orientation, all buildings shall front onto and have their main entrances oriented towards Brentwood Boulevard. So I would think fronting onto Brentwood Boulevard would mean the front, not the side. And shall have a sidewalk connection. It does do that. Defined entrances all shall include porches, porticos, balconies, galleries, unique exterior building treatment. All buildings shall contain a combination of exterior materials, shade devices, and design features, textures and colors. Corner building elements. All buildings located on corners shall have prominent architectural elements in harmony with their scale, such as tower, dome, cupola. Buildings with pitch tile roofs are encouraged. Can we get the graphic of the building back up on the screen? And all roof equipment shall be screened. So let's make sure it's doing all of that. Again, I was more focused on denial. I don't really see it. While she's doing that, thank you. I'm just looking at the proposed Popeyes here in the actual plan. That's a side entrance that's on Brentwood Boulevard. The main entrance with the wide doors and everything is facing the community courtyard. It does not front onto Brentwood Boulevard in any way, shape, or form. This is just a side entrance there. There is a sidewalk. I'll give them that. If you look at, I'm in the plan. I'm actually in the document itself on the proposed enlarged site plan SP02. Why do I keep losing that document? I keep opening it and I keep losing it. Oh, because it's over here. That's why. Yeah. All buildings shall front onto and have their main entrances oriented towards Brentwood Boulevard. And this building is neither fronted onto nor does it have a main entrance oriented toward Brentwood Boulevard. I'm just looking at a picture. Makes that very clear. So what you need to do now is take us to the actual project plan. I'm on, there you go. And if you can just bring that kind of, maybe if you can enlarge the graphic a little bit. So as I see it, the main entrance is facing the courtyard, not Brentwood Boulevard. And as I understand a rectangle, the long side is the front and the short side is the side. Maybe I didn't do very well in geometry. But that the front of the building is clearly oriented towards the courtyard and not towards Brentwood Boulevard as specified in the Brentwood specific plan. So again, the building needs to be oriented so that it is more visible from Brentwood Boulevard, because that is what the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan is kind of all about. And then if you're going to have a courtyard, it would be kind of behind it. With respect to Chair Roberts' comments on how other communities are doing things. I can't speak to that, but I can speak to the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, which has been promised to me as a resident since I moved here in 2011. This plan goes back to 2002. This building not compliant in any way, shape, or form with that requirement. And again, for those playing along, policy 4, distinctive architecture, A, all buildings within 150 feet of the boulevard right-of-way, which includes this building, shall include the following, and the first bullet point is entrance orientation. All buildings shall front onto and have their main entrances oriented towards Brentwood Boulevard, and shall have a sidewalk connection to the Brentwood Boulevard sidewalk. They do have a sidewalk, but the building is not fronted on Brentwood Boulevard, and their main entrance is not on Brentwood Boulevard, as clearly required. If we could go back now to the actual, the picture, actually, do you have the render, or was that something the applicant had? The render that we were looking at earlier that was just kind of almost photographic. There you go. All right, so let's have a look at that. All buildings shall include porches, porticos, balconies, galleries, arcades, courtyards, or other similar defined main entrance areas visible from Brentwood Boulevard. Well, you can kind of see it from Brentwood Boulevard, but it's sideways. It's supposed to be facing it. Shall contain a combination of exterior materials, shade devices, and design features that provide attractive finishes, textures, and colors. Attractive is a subjective term, and I'm not that thrilled with the way that the building actually looks. It's just kind of a big gray block with some brick walls. Corner building elements. All buildings located on corners, regardless of land use, shall have prominent architectural elements in harmony with their scale, such as a tower, dome, cupola, or a spire. The corner is neither a tower, nor is it a dome, nor is it a cupola, nor is it a spire. It is just a couple of walls set up as a corner. It's just that. It is not any of these. Buildings with pitched tile roofs are encouraged. It's flat. Parapet roofs, when proposed, shall include multiple height variations on the front and side planes of any building visible, in addition to well-defined decorative cornice. Yeah, it is a cornice, but it's not but because they're on a corner, it needs to be more than a cornice. It needs to be a tower, a dome, a cupola, or a spire. And there are, two whole entire other variations in the height of it. Otherwise, it's just a straight square wall all the way around the parapet. All building roof equipment shall be fully screened. I'm sure that's been done. I know staff well, and they're very good at that. Roof plans shall be required as part of each proposed design review application. Is there a roof plan in the packet?
Yes.
Can I see it?
It'll take me a second to bring it up.
Sure.
Commissioner Floor's point, the 3 of the fast food restaurants adjacent to it, both KFC, Taco Bell, and Jack in the Box have a frontage against Brentwood Boulevard, double doors, an inviting opening. Yeah.
I don't know if it's one.
Wait, we're still waiting for the staff to bring that up.
Well, while they're bringing it up, we can take,
All right.
Commissioner Johnson.
So the front, the front of the building is where it has the signage. That's number one. And the signage is in the front of the building, which is on Brentwood Boulevard. Number 2, we said we wanted to have walking down Brentwood Boulevard. And so they have an entrance on the sidewalk to the front of the building. The side entrance, which has no signage, is the side entrance so people can go sit in the community area when they get their food because they've come in through the front. If they're not using the drive-through, they can come in through the front. And yes, somebody might come in through the side, but the front of the building is where the company has promoted their marketing efforts and their signage on the front of the building.
I'm just seeing a single swing door there, whereas on what I'm looking at is the front, which is the what most people would consider the front of any building has double doors and an extra door, so there's like 3 doors there. To call the narrow end of the building the front, just because it has a sign on it, is a little stretch. I think the sign is there because the road is there. Again, I suppose we could do with a more objective definition of what front means, but I'm pretty sure I know what the front of a house looks like or the front of a building. And if you asked anybody, like that walked up to the short end of a building and asked them if it was the front, they'd say no. But are we able to get the roof plan? Oh, thank you. Let me pull that. Let me enlarge that. Okay, so what does it say? It says multiple height variations on the front and side planes. There's only one height variation on any plane of this building, other than that, cornice. I mean, we're looking at it on the plan right there, right in front of us. It's just like, it's just all one height, and it's got that one little bit of a pop-up. So I really don't see multiple height variations. It's pretty flat. I don't know, did anybody encourage them to put up a pitch tile roof? Because they don't seem to. Yeah, I don't think this building really meets policy 4, section A much at all. I don't see how we can approve it on those grounds.
If I may, looking at these codes, how did we veer away from what's set in motion? Here's my concern. It sounds like we're making a lot of exceptions to things that somebody put in place for us to follow. And that's disconcerting to me. I don't know about everyone else, but for me, if it were any other project, but we're talking about this project, I'm concerned that we are stretching some of the narrative that's been put in place for a reason. And so I'm listening to this and I'm saying, oh, why are we doing that? If indeed it's in place for a reason. The one thing that I, as a commissioner, don't want to be a part of is stretching or going against what is in place. If it's in place, I'm supposed to follow those guidelines. So if those guidelines are now changed, somehow they're becoming subjective, then we need to have a conversation about when did that happen? Okay, and I know it sounds minuscule, but on another project, we're setting a precedent. It can become a problem.
No, definitely, Commissioner. And planning doesn't really take this as minuscule. It's great importance. And I think that the applicant can attest that we've had heated discussions and arguments regarding the design, especially given what it was originally, which was more of a shoebox than what it is now. So for or Commissioner Flores' comments, the western elevation, which would be the one fronting Brentwood Boulevard, initially, like I said, it was just a flat wall. And we brought it to this place where it's more of a front entrance. It does have a height and elevations. It does have a entry tower, but that determination of if it's an adequate entry tower, that's going to be the Planning Commission's discretion. This is something that I brought up to the applicant. This is what the applicant proposed. I said passes muster with planning, but it's going to be up to the Planning Commission to see if it passes muster with them or not. So certainly, we don't take it lightly. We're not making subjective choices or anything. There has been discussion. There has been redesigns. This project, I believe it took 1.5 years to get to this place before you. And a lot of that was meetings and it was redesign. To Commissioner Flores' point, there is really no definition of what constitutes an entry to a rectangle, if it's the side, longer side, shorter side. Some of the buildings in the downtown, for example, they're on smaller parcels, so they're longer. Therefore, the entrance is the shorter side of that rectangle. So with absent a definition saying, hey, the longer side of a rectangle is the entrance, then that would have been something I could certainly hold on to and tell the applicant, hey, come back with something else that meets the definition, but we don't have a definition for that. So the applicant, this is what they came back with. This is their best iteration of it. To us, we feel that it meets the intent of the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. It has a prominent entrance, not as prominent certainly as the parking lot facing entrance, but it's also not like the rear east elevation, which is completely void of any articulation, elevation, change of materials, or tower elements. And so, yeah, that's why we brought it as is. But ultimately, the decision is yours, whether to approve or deny, to see if it meets the intent of the city's design guidelines or not.
To me, the tower feature isn't a tower at all. To me, a tower is a building that is tall. That's not a building because it's only got 2 walls. It's just a corner adornment, like a cornice, which was mentioned. But for corner lots, we were requiring a tower or some other things, a dome, a cupola, a spire. Clearly, the authors of this intended that to be a 3-dimensional object, not a 2-dimensional object that's just been folded. Also, the positioning of that door, I've been in McDonald's and other roadside places before, and a door that's like a single door like that in a fast food restaurant that's kind of towards the back of the side is usually the door that you run into and you find that little hallway that takes you to the restroom. I would not call that a front entrance, but like just a casual person walking by isn't going to say, oh, there's the front. They're going to go around where the big door is. And that is, I just don't see any way around that. I mean, we can pretend we don't see it. I mean, I know that there's a lot of sentiment on the commission that they want to just approve this thing, but I'm not seeing a design that is consistent with policy 4 here. And again, the general plan is, in this instance, the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. These are the requirements. This is not, like a document or a note. This is a part of the general plan, and this is what is required. And I don't see they're meeting it. How about, Miguel, while we have you, the parapet roof? It says multiple height variations. How did you guys come up with multiple? Because the sides of the buildings just seem to have that one extra tall slab. That doesn't seem multiple to me. That just seems like one height variation.
Same question that I posed to the applicant, same argument back and forth. I expected more. Certainly, I pushed for more. I always push for more. This is what the applicant came back with. And, there's still also not that clear definition of multiple. What's it mean? A multiple on one plane, multiple for the entire building, multiple in what's height differentiation? Are we talking 3 inches a foot, 3 feet? Personally, I would prefer 3 feet. That's a good standard offset between elevations, but lack of an actual definition, I can't really say, no, this can't be approved. And once more, I bring it back to the commission to make that determination and refine those definitions for us in the planning department. Moving forward, if this is the commission's choice, or if this is the commission's definition of what a tower is, next project that comes along, I have a better definition of what a tower is. And I could say, this certainly will not pass muster with the planning commission. But as of now, I asked the applicant, come back with the tower. He came back with the tower. I have to pass it along to you for you to make the determination.
Well, we can certainly check Merriam-Webster. We're all sitting in front of computers. If that's what I have to do to help people understand what a tower is.
I'm not.
All right. Commissioner Spaulding.
Sparling.
Sorry. I get it right.
So, Commissioner Flora, I understand what you're saying about the front entrance, but the only place, the actual name of the restaurant is Popeyes and then Louisiana Kitchen. So the only place that this building has that is the frontage to Brentwood Boulevard. I think that the orientation of this building is the same as the Taco Bell that is down the street, where they have an entrance, the same thing. They have it's the same orientation, right? But because of where you park, you enter in the other one. But the side entrance does not have the full name. So the applicant is meeting the requirements. They are varying heights. I think it's also, and I said this before up here for both commercial and residential, if we don't have objective design standards, right, where, to Miguel's point, 3 feet difference between the different things, and it gets really tough because what this commission decides meets the standard because of the definition is going to be different from the next commission that meets it, right? There may be somebody who says it should be 5 feet, right? Or should be, no, it only needs to be an inch. So it meets the definition according to the staff. I can see the differences in height. Are they, and this is similar to what we had with Lazy Dog, right? Lazy Dog had a brand. They have a brand, so they have to also be able to meet the requirements of Brentwood, which according to staff and from my eye, they meet. You don't like the orientation of the front door, I get it, but that is the frontage. It's the only place in the building where it has their full name of the company.
But there is a sign on the side,
but it just says.
And the reason there is a sign on the side that you're calling the side, which I would call the back where the window is because it faces the street. It has nothing to do with whether or not it's the front door or the side door. So there is a sign. I guess because it doesn't say Louisiana Kitchen in small print, you don't think it's a sign, but it's a sign. It says Popeyes in big letters.
Correct.
Anybody,
correct.
Again,
but you're not.
Words mean things,
Okay, well, okay, we're going to do, well, hold up. One person at a time,
All right.
okay?
So there's one place that has their full name. It's on the frontage of it. We have other restaurants right next door that are orientated the same way. And so to me, it meets the requirements of the plan. I understand the plan. It meets the requirements. We need to have better definitions of the heights for some of your other concerns, and we don't to go off of. So then it becomes very challenging to enforce the design the same. So, I mean, to me, it fits it. It's a front entrance.
Okay. Technically, I had the floor when you started speaking. I was just looking up a definition, and I did allow you to speak, but because I'm fine with it. But I did have the floor, and I do have the definition for tower now, which is a tall, narrow building, either freestanding or forming part of a building, such as a church or castle. And what they have is not a building, it's just two walls making a corner. So I don't think that's a tower. I'm pretty sure if I look hard enough, I can find you an example of a restaurant that has the full name of the restaurant on two sides of it. I don't think that's necessarily a definition of what makes the front the front. Nonetheless, I don't see this as matching very well at all what it's supposed to be.
Commissioner,
It does look like a shoebox, by the way.
well, let me just, so I'm looking at quite a few of their, the designs that Popeye puts out. I mean, you can go online and see it for yourself. Majority of them do have a front door facing out to the street. There are a few that have side doors. I don't know what the planning commissions in some of these places like Florida and Texas, I don't know how they're operating. But apparently we've got a few restaurants on Brentwood Boulevard that do have a side door. I believe that keeping with the plan, and this is why I asked Miguel to help me understand if we were being subjective about some of the things that are lockstep in some of these reports. And I just want to make sure I heard you right, that it was a conversation that we would now have with the applicant related to where that door or some of the pieces to this building, which might not line up with our guidelines, that's between our discussion and the applicant.
Ultimately, it's your discussion solely to decide if the project is meeting the requirements or not.
And based on what was read, it's not.
Okay.
It's not. It's just that simple. It's not. Now, the one thing I don't want to do is whoever came before me that put that in place, I'm not going to root that and say that we're going to put that to the side and we're going to do something different. Because whatever we do here in this commission, when we lay out guidelines, we would hope that future commissioners would respect and honor that. So I happen to agree with Commissioner Floyd. I guess my question is this a conversation, I'm directing it now to council, where we could actually have a conversation about putting the door where it belongs? I don't know about the roof. All the roofs are flat with what I'm looking at, so I'm not worried so much about the roof as I am about the door. Is that something that can be a condition?
Let me take a crack at that. I think some of the things that are being discussed, especially with Commissioner Floor, would involve dramatic, redesign of the project. And I know the comment's been made earlier about not wanting to design from the dais. At some point, and I've been to a lot of meetings over the years where conditions get added, there's a fine line between doing that and feeling comfortable with it, and doing that and not actually knowing what the project's going to look like in the end, right? Because you haven't seen the plans. You can condition anything, but if you condition it too much, you're actually not going to know what it actually looks like until someone draws it on a plan. So I would be concerned with that in terms of just saying, hey, move the door. The other thing is it affects, the way the drive-through is configured. Everything is predicated on the current design. So it's not as simple as just switching a door around.
Understood. Commissioner Johnson.
It's the side eye for it. Come on now.
Side eye.
Oh, man. So I just want to say all of this, I was at the last meeting and I distinctly remember hearing the signs looked fine. The only person who wasn't here was Commissioner Sparling. And everybody on this dais said, this is a wonderful looking building. Right now, all we're trying to do is pick, trying to find a scab that we can find that'll rip this thing open and get it to where I want it to be. Not where I want it to be, but what we said the last time when we were here, except Commissioner Sparling, was this was a great design. It looked really well. Every one of us unanimously said that. Our problem at that time that they said was the drive-through. I think we should just move back to Commissioner Roberts shortened the drive-through. We all agreed last time. Now, the only reason is because we're trying to find a way to get everybody to deny this project. That's what's going on right here. That's why I had to listen to 15 minutes of a diatribe about the dictionary definition of what was it, Coppola? No, it wasn't a Coppola. It was a capital or, the corner meeting. Listen, that's what we're trying to do. I think what we should do, there was a seemingly possible outcome that Commissioner Roberts recommended. It involved shortening the drive-through, expanding the community area, not nitpicking with the design, and moving forward so we could invest in that community, put money in the community, create jobs in the community, and maybe spur some more additional development. Why go through the effort to just come up with something when we all agreed upon this the last time? Everybody, Commissioner Brand said it. That's a beautiful design. Commissioner Floyd said it. I don't have a problem with, I'm not quoting you exactly. I don't want, we can go look at the videotape if need be. But I'm just saying that was a unanimous comment. Now all of a sudden it's a problem. We need to, invest in this community. Uplift the community, uplift a part of Brentwood that needs uplifting. And maybe a drive-through the way it's configured isn't exactly right, but I think Commissioner Roberts has a point. Let's try to make it a little bit better instead of going around the mulberry bush.
Commissioner Brandt.
Oh. I did remember you also commenting on negativity towards the drive-through in the last meeting. So we have a little bit of gray area where we're shifting. I did not specifically say anything negative yet about the thing. So, fair.
All right.
Didn't say anything. What I guess the exchange that we're involved in right now involves some of us that are finding some holes in the report as of right now. I'm hearing a lot more positivity and momentum from this side of the dais. So let's just try and keep it honest here in the sense that we have different ideas here. And I think there's been a lot of stuff that's been discussed here that's has value, and I can't quite discern I don't know how to say this, where we're hitting our mark as far as what our residents most desire from this type of project in this neighborhood and all of those things. So I think maybe we can get encouragement from our chair to sort of cool things off a little bit here, and we can kind of resume more of an intellectual discussion.
Yeah, and so let's do that. So no. But let's get it back on track. There is an application in front of us. The applicant is here. We've asked questions. We've asked clarifying questions. We've discussed guidelines. Some of them are subjective. Nonetheless, they're guidelines put in place for us to follow. And we should be following them. My big concern about all of this is we are tipping the scales with a lot of what it is that we need to decide this evening. However, I do believe that we've got something in front of us. I can't predict the future. I do not know if there's going to be another possibility that might bring itself to the owner, the property manager, the realtor. I have no idea, I have no clue, but what's in front of us is in front of us, and as council has said, that's what we have to decide on this evening. So I think we should probably, unless there's more conversation about the building that we haven't already covered, which was the door and the roof. If there's anything else, is there landscape? Anyone want to talk about landscape? Noise, which shouldn't be an issue. But if there's nothing more, I think that we need to consider a motion on this application.
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, I'm waiting first to hear from the other commissioners without redundancy. If there's something else on the building that we need to be looking at beside the door, beside the guidelines, beside the roof, then let's hear it. Commissioner Floyd.
Yeah, we did have another discussion at that meeting. By the way, at the last meeting, when we did the design review, we didn't review it against the Brentwood Boulevard special plan, and we probably should have. And so I will say that. We talked about possibly asking the applicant to continue the landscaping that they're going to put along Brentwood Boulevard to the site limit, to continue that across the front of the parking lot, and to improve the quality of the property as a whole, the site quality. So we did bring that up. We did discuss it, and the applicant, I think at the time was not particularly open to it, but they are doing some other work that's outside the site limit, and I thought that was probably more important, that if they just put the landscaping all the way across the front. I know that would address some community complaints that we've heard as well.
Commissioner Brandt?
No, nothing further.
I'm looking at a Popeyes that's got a beautiful green Turlock journal. I mean, it is amazing. It's substantial, actually. It looks like a little miniature park. And so it's something that can be done. I'm looking at it. Don't know exactly where this is. In Turlock. And so if you get an opportunity, commissioners, look at this in Turlock. It's lovely. And so I'm going to ask for a motion at this time. Commissioner Johnson?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the CUP, shortening the length with a condition, shortening the length of the drive-through, including more a community area, which would include some tables, maybe artificial grass, that sort of thing, and improving some landscaping along Brentwood Boulevard.
Second.
Okay, we're going to take a verbal vote here.
Actually, through the chair, so what I mentioned earlier, I'd still like to do. So we have a motion on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
It's been seconded, but staff needs to confer, hopefully briefly. I know this has gone on for quite a while, but we want to make sure we get this right. So give us a few minutes to put that together, what that would look like in a resolution.
Sure.
And then we can, I'm not sure we'll be able to print it for the commission's review, but we can definitely display it on the screen so everybody can see it.
Sure.
So if you could just call for a recess, we'll do our best to be back online as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I will call for a recess. 5-minute recess. So see? Look at this. You see that?
Where is this restaurant?
Oh, it's in Turlock.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, that's what it could be.
That's what it could look like. That's what I'm looking.
Okay. Are we ready, council? Okay, very good. We are going to go back in session. We have a motion and a second on the floor. I'd like to see the language, if I may.
So Miguel has it on his computer. We'll go through each resolution. There's some minor changes to each. We'll start with the conditional use permit, and then we'll go to the design review. Is there a way to zoom in a little bit on that, Miguel? There we go. You want me to go? So real quick, and Miguel, you can scroll as I go, but we removed the reference to the specific vehicle capacity for the drive-through. So again, it's the same up top, other than it features a drive-through. Same on the first whereas. Okay, and then if you keep going, Miguel. Then on the conditions of approval, we added a subset to condition 2 to specify that final design of the drive-through, including queuing capacity, shall be approved by the design review subcommittee. So it wasn't clear in terms of, shortening what that meant. Is it 20 vehicles, 19, 18, 17? So we left it somewhat generic there, but hopefully that captures the spirit of the motion.
Oh, what about the community?
Right, so what we did was dealt with the open space area in the design review resolution, since it's not really tied to the drive-through, sorry. So as long as these changes make sense to the maker of the motion, right, and the rest of the commission understands it, I think we'd be ready for the vote through the chair.
Miguel, might you show the other resolution as well? So you'll see same change there, removing the reference to the 21 vehicle capacity, and then this is the new addition to the design review resolution.
Chair Roberts.
Let me, if I may. I only have, so the design review will, and stop me if I'm wrong, will have the ability to stretch this design out the way that, at least I'm seeing it. I shared my vision with the rest of the group up here. In other words, the detail is going to come out of the design review as it relates to the community space that I'm talking about.
As currently drafted, yes. And again, that was done to reflect the motion that was made.
Okay, and I'm sorry, who's on the design review again? Commissioner Floyd and Commissioner
Johnson.
Johnson. Okay, all right. Is that it?
I would.
Commissioner Floyd?
I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. I should wait. The required open space is referred to elsewhere in the application as, what did we say it was? The community. Yeah, I have it somewhere. Updated project description. Yeah, the community courtyard, should we use that language if we're going to put that in there?
I think that's appropriate.
Miguel, if that's accurate, yeah, go ahead and change that. Thank you.
And am I allowed to propose an amendment at this time?
Well, whatever we get ready to do now, I want it to be intact. So if there's something else that you wanted to have them add, I would do that now. Yes. Yes.
Just a point of order, though. So we have a motion and a second on the table. If you'd like a friendly amendment to that motion, I would suggest that you ask the mover
This
and
is
we'll
the next
confirm.
one. This is the design review, so it's not part of the motion. The motion right now is for the CUP.
That's true. Sure. Okay, you can meddle with this one then, and then we'll go back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, whatever order you want to do it in is fine, but I did want to, in making my suggestion for an amendment, I did want to share a graphic with the Planning Commission. Eric, were you able to pull that up?
Yeah, I know we're doing a lot of screen sharing here, but April, would you do me a favor? And yes.
So this is a Popeyes, and I didn't make a note that this is the back and side of a Popeyes. If you look at the short side there, you can see there's no door at all. The stone knee wall continues straight across, and obviously the little door there by the window is for staff to get access out to help customers. I think the front is probably on the other side, and there's probably a sign there too because I see one on Starbucks. Having said all that, I do like that there is a lot more dimensionality in these parapets. And so the amendment that I would propose would be to allow us to do a complete design review in committee of the structure itself and make proposals for improving the shape and mass of the building.
Appreciate that. And Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that would go to Commissioner Johnson as the maker of the motion, if he would be amenable to that.
I think I have a motion on the floor that has been seconded, and I would like to, as we discussed, we're going backwards now. We're going back to what we were talking about earlier, but the motion on the floor was seconded. If there's some kind of...
so we're trying to have a consensus, right? We do have a motion, got a second, and it's going to design review.
Right.
Right? And so I think the ask from Commissioner Floyd is
a
that
total redesign.
When you do, no, he didn't say total redesign. He said referencing to that for design. So I don't think it's a total redesign. We're not talking about doors or roofs.
So we're just talking about signage?
No, we're talking about the community space.
No, I'm asking because he showed that picture of the building, so I'm trying to figure...
Commissioner Roberts. And maybe I can just clarify. What I think is happening here is we have a little dissonance in how our procedure has worked, because we did ask earlier for a motion on just the CUP, and Commissioner Johnson made that motion and it was seconded. But it did in fact include some design review components, right? Because the drive-through is part of the design review. So staff believes that the changes required to the resolutions to make that motion happen would be best reflected in both resolutions. So staff sort of recommending, I guess, maybe perhaps Commissioner Johnson, you could reframe your motion to include both the CUP and the design review. And then Commissioner Floor, if you'd like to suggest a friendly amendment to kind of the group of motions, I think that would be appropriate. And then we have we skip our procedural hiccup that we have. Does that make sense?
Sure, but we would be doing that after he moves and seconds. And that's his objection, is he moved and seconded.
Correct. So maybe Commissioner Johnson, if you could clarify that your original motion includes approval of both the CUP resolution and the design resolution as changed by staff to reflect new conditions of approval on both. Is that your amended motion.
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry. Just want to make sure.
Sure.
It's like 11 o'clock.
You move to approve both conditional use permit for the drive-through and the design review of the building with the 3 added conditions, 1 to the CUP resolution and 2 to the design review resolution as just shown by staff on the screen.
Okay,
Like, you know what? Make the motion
I'll make the motion.
according to what council just said.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to approve both the CUP and the design review with the additional,
According to what
council just said. That's a great
Sure,
way
we
to say
won't
it.
make you repeat it. That's fine. I think April has it. And then as long as your seconder is okay with that amendment.
Yes.
Perfect. Then we have a motion and a second on the floor, and now we can kind of discuss both of, or the conditions of approval.
And I can make my suggestion for a friendly amendment at this time? Is
That's
that
correct, yes.
Okay. So, so my suggestion for a friendly amendment is just that we also in the design review, we discussed those things that we were talking about with Miguel earlier about the shaping of the roof and consistency with section 4A of the specific plan, those various items.
So keep in mind, he's discussing. Okay?
I'm in agreement with discussing.
We'll get a motion on the floor in a second, and we've got an amendment to that. So I'm going to ask now for the vote. All in favor?
Hang on one second. So I think that Commissioner Flores is saying he would like that second, and Miguel, could you put those up again for us? I think he's saying he would like that second, that new 3B to include, instead of just final design review of the, we'll call them additional amenities to the community courtyard, he would like full design review to go back to the subcommittee. Is that correct, Commissioner Flohr?
Yeah, I'd like to be able to consider further whether or not the design is fully consistent with that section.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'm gonna just note that, you know, the Planning Commission's purview is design review, and so we cannot delegate full design review to just the subcommittee. That's what's before your body this evening, so we can't defer that decision.
Isn't that
So
what
do you
we're
have
doing?
something? We're deferring just the final plans on the drive-through component, but as Eric noted earlier, you know, full changes to the, you know, substantial changes to the plan is not, to the overall design. You would be approving something tonight that you haven't seen the entire plan.
Isn't that what they're doing to the courtyard, though, is they're redesigning it? They're making substantial changes to it. That's
So
the
I'll
intent.
let Eric comment on kind of the, you know, how far the Planning Commission wants to get from and what you want to defer, but I'm saying you cannot defer entire design review, the whole thing, to the subcommittee because that's in your purview. If you have specific components of the project that you'd like to defer and you have significant input to provide to the applicant this evening, here's what we'd like to see. We'd like to see the drive-through shortened. We'd like to see this component of the design change, and we'll approve them by subcommittee. We take that as consensus of the whole Planning Commission, and then that you've provided direction to the applicant, and the subcommittee can approve the final. But as Eric noted earlier, the further you get from specific direction to the applicant on what to change, you know, you're deferring the whole approval of a brand new design, and that's something that we want to stay away from.
I agree. But in item B there, we're just talking about additional amenities, and that's not what this commission was contemplating when they made the motion. My understanding is that you wanted to be able to make all the changes that Anita was suggesting. and not just amenities.
Right,
She's
so maybe
talking
it's the
about the shape of
language.
it,
Yeah,
adding, subtracting from the parking lot and adding more space, a lot of things like that. And I think we should probably, if it's important to be narrow about things, we should probably be a little bit more careful about setting those parameters here than we've been so far.
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, I agree with Christie's assessment in terms of what's appropriate to get reviewed again by the subcommittee, because and it's a fine line, right? At some point, the subcommittee is essentially kind of redesigning the whole building, as opposed to, modify this elevation to reflect a third variation in parapet height, something like that. But I would go back to your point, Commissioner Flohr, I'd go back to Commissioner Johnson. I'm sorry, April, if you could share Miguel's screen one more time. And everybody, obviously, but to Commissioner Johnson specifically, since you were the maker of the motion, if you are comfortable or not with the language as written. If, for example, 3B does not capture what you are looking for specifically, then we can modify that now. If you are okay, then the motion and the second stand.
I think I'm okay with it because I think it serves what Commissioner Roberts was talking about and
well, here's the
what I
thing,
believe.
I agree, but here's the thing. That word amenities, that's very subjective, and that's a problem. So I have to trust the design subcommittee to initiate what it is that we're talking about here, which is green space, community space, more tables.
Could we
that's more
say,
inviting.
With the addition of, I think they had 4 tables, so more tables with
Green space.
with green space, make it more specific,
Real specific. Yeah,
or artificial turf or grass or.
however you want to put it, but the amenities is very subjective.
All right, so additional tables,
Additional shade.
additional shade.
Yeah, one shade over those tables.
And green space.
Green space, yeah.
And we could take out the word amenities and then just go additional green space, tables, and shade.
Chair Roberts, because I'm on this committee, are you sure this is all you want us to do?
I would like to see a swing set.
A
but,
swing set.
I can't.
For a Popeye.
Can't do that.
I think the play structure is not laughable at all. But,
No, I've seen the play structures in some of your other stores, not your stores, but I've seen them at Popeyes. So it's not that it's out of the ballpark for me to say that, but I'm trying to make it so that it's a footprint for green, for the community, particularly children. So, yeah. I would say additional green space, additional tables, additional shade, and other amenities. I think that.
can you put any kind of numbers on how much additional? Because additional could be, a foot or a mile.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
It's for you to say because they're making the motion to accommodate
Well, green space.
your desire. How much?
I would say that whole side of where the parking is out front, not the back space, but that becomes an area where the green space is.
I'm going to take all the parking out in front.
Yeah, right there.
That's
what
pretty
I'm
major,
thinking.
though.
So,
Because there's parking in the back and there's parking on the other side.
I think there's probably requirements for parking that we haven't discussed tonight, but there are requirements, are there not?
yeah, see, this is my concern with a complete, I'll just call it a complete redesign of
Yeah, and I
this
don't wanna
courtyard
do
area,
that.
is that there's a domino effect, right? So the simplest approach, and I don't know if this satisfies the commission, but the simplest approach would be to say, here's the parameters of the courtyard area as defined in the existing plan. We want that reworked in some way by providing additional tables, putting a cover, whatever. If you're talking about expanding the courtyard area, that causes problems for the rest of the project.
Well, so what you just said a minute ago about the parameters, I'd be willing to work with that, but it's got to be more than that, those little 4 tables and that a stone seating. That's not what we're talking about.
Well, and again,
He's saying it has to fit in that same circle.
I don't think that's what, we didn't,
I don't think
that's
what
not
he's
what we
saying.
said. The motion on the floor, if I think I repeated what Christie, is that we'll have a community courtyard. We would shorten the drive-through.
Correct.
And they will bring that back with those things to the design committee for us to review.
correct.
That's the motion.
And it's been seconded.
So-
And we made it specific.
And we made it specific.
Okay, I'm sorry, just one last time before we actually call for the full vote. Does the language on the screen work for you, Commissioner Johnson?
I mean, we decided to say the word additional twice, fine. But
Okay.
And my amendment?
Well, I'm deferring to Commissioner Johnson in terms of, you know,
I think that amendment might take us down a road of never, might take us down a bad road.
and Commissioner Flohr, you're referencing the
That's what we're
amendment
talking about. We made it more
to the building
specific.
design, right? Okay,
I would also,
I'll leave that to Commissioner Johnson.
I'm gonna leave it up to you and Commissioner Floyd, right? We got shade, tables, and green space.
I know what you want, and I'm good.
That's what works for, I would like to see a
Okay.
swing set,
Okay,
but I can't put that there. So that's fine with me.
okay.
And you're good with it as the maker?
I'm
You're
good
sorry,
with
you're
what's
good with it
there.
with maker, and I'm good with this as the seconder.
Okay, and we have a requested amendment to add additional review and
I think
the
we're
maker and the
good with
seconder.
what's there.
Okay,
Yeah.
the maker and the seconder reject the friendly amendment, and I think we're ready then.
Correct. So, Chair, you can call for the vote.
All right, so I have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays?
No.
No.
Okay, so the ayes have it. Okay, let's move on to E2. I lost my packet. Conditional use permit and design review for a new drive-through Dutch Brothers Coffee located on a vacant parcel at the streets of Brentwood. To consider conditional use permit and design, Associate Planner Sarah will make the staff presentation.
Hi, good evening. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, let me just go ahead and share my screen. Okay, and the presentation, okay, I can see it's there. All right, good evening. Before you tonight, as mentioned, is a conditional use permit, CUP 24-001, and design review 24-003 for a new 1,106 square foot drive-through Dutch Bros Coffee and associated site improvements. The project site is located at the streets of Brentwood Commercial Development between Black Angus and Sprouts on a currently vacant parcel. Earlier this year, the zoning administrator approved a parcel map waiver for the subdivision of the 1.87 acre parcel into 2 parcels with the idea to sell a parcel to Dutch Bros. The development is proposed to be located on the western 0.86 acres of the parcel, roughly shown highlighted there in yellow on the screen. The project site has a general plan land use designation of regional commercial. This land use designation allows for a variety of mixed uses and service type uses intended for large scale retail stores and services that serve the needs of the local community as well as the region. The site is zoned Plan Development 6 with a regional commercial planning area, commonly referred to as a sub-area. The regional commercial sub-area of the PD6 requires drive-through uses to obtain a conditional use permit due to operational characteristics. Conditional use permits are uses that by their nature require special consideration so that they may be located properly with respect to the effect on the surrounding uses and properties. Dutch Bros is primarily an auto-oriented business with hours of operations from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week. Different from other drive-thrus and unique to the Dutch Bros, there is no interior building area open to the public. There is, however, an exterior walk-up window on the eastern side of the building for pedestrians or for those who wish to park and walk up and order. The drive-thru, which can accommodate 27 vehicles, consists of 2 lanes and funnels down to 1 lane after orders are taken. Dutch Bros also uses the concept of a runner system, which increases the speed and efficiency and eliminates the need for the speaker boxes. This system utilizes employees to travel to the vehicles to take orders and process payments so that by the time the customers arrive at the pickup window, their drinks are ready and can continue on their way, which helps move cars through the site faster. The runner system also allows for staff to act as a traffic control if needed. Orders that are completed before the car reaches the pickup window are also delivered to cars via the runner system. The drive-thru is designed with an escape lane as shown here on the screen in yellow, which allows for cars to exit the queue early if their order is complete, which also helps to move the cars through the queue quicker. Primary vehicular access to the site would be via the existing main signalized intersection at the streets of Brentwood at Sand Creek Road, and access to the proposed Dutch Bros will be from the private internal shopping center road to the north. Traffic flow is indicated by the yellow arrows on the screen. The 1,106 square foot building would be located roughly in the middle of the site, with the drive-thru encircling the majority of the building. The center area between the drive-thru would consist of landscaping and bioretention basins, which is shown here in green for reference. Landscaping is proposed along the perimeter of the site and surrounds the drive-thru with landscape buffer along the eastern property line shared with the vacant parcel. The site itself is located approximately 6 feet lower than the existing landscape berm along the edge of the streets of Brentwood and adjacent to Sand Creek Road. The project is not proposed to modify this existing landscape berm, which is consistent throughout the streets of Brentwood. An ADA parking stall is located adjacent to the building, with the other 7 parking spaces and trash enclosure located along the Sand Creek Road frontage, consistent with the parking for the adjacent Black Angus and screened from public view by the existing landscape berm. Due to the rate at which the business uses crates and product, attached to the north end of the proposed building is a storage area designed to match the rest of the building for employee use throughout the daily operations. The proposed building will be constructed with a variety of materials and painted with simple, bold colors that represent the franchise branding. The architecture has been modified throughout the process to complement the streets of Brentwood architecture. The building includes a tower element with a flat roof as well as a sloped tile canopy. The walls of the building consist of stucco with areas of deep reveals for visual interest. The building is wrapped with stone wainscoting and ties into the canopy columns. The project was reviewed by the city's peer review architect, who provided comments along with staff's to modify the project to better fit the surrounding streets of Brentwood development. In response, the applicant added matching landscaping along the street frontage to be consistent with the adjacent parcels, extended the Eldorado stone base around the entire building, provided a wider landscape buffer along the eastern property line, and added a landscape buffer between the drive-through lanes and the outdoor dining, as well as incorporating a pitched roof element to the project. The applicant indicated that incorporating all of the comments outlined in the staff report would make the project unfeasible due to cost. As just mentioned, the applicant did not incorporate all of the architectural recommendations, but did modify the initial design to demonstrate substantial compliance with the commercial and industrial design guidelines by incorporating a pitched roof, awnings, and incorporating substantial areas of landscape between the street and building, screening the parking and service areas. The project is further consistent with the PD6 zoning district and complies with the CUP criteria as set forth in the Brentwood Municipal Code and detailed in the attached resolution. Given the findings, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 24-033 approving the conditional use permit and Resolution number 24-034 approving the design review application. Staff would like to note that that prior to the publication of the staff report, staff received 17 written comments, which were included in the packet for your review. Since the publication of the staff report on Thursday, staff also received one additional comment, which has been forwarded to you for review as well. That concludes my presentation. I'm available as I believe the applicant is there in person. Thank you for letting me participate via Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Any clarifying questions at this time from the commissioners? Commissioner Floyd,
I have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Brand,
No questions?
Commissioner Johnson,
Excuse me, not at this time.
okay, Commissioner Spalding.
Sparling.
I know. I
There's
did
no-
that on purpose.
Yeah. I don't own the basketball company. If I did, I wouldn't be here.
Little humor
No,
at 11:30.
No questions, except I envy Sarah for being able to do this from Zoom.
Well, I just wanted to make one comment, and that is I'm really very happy to see the residents come around this project and share it with Sarah. So thank you, Sarah, for keeping us in check and sharing all that, including the additional one that came in. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I will open it up for public comment.
Chairperson Roberts, would you like to open it to the applicant first before I go to
Yes,
speaker
the
cards?
applicant can come forward, please.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Shelby Eldridge with Barkhausen Consulting Engineers, the planner on this project. And of course, we have Courtney and Brian Schaefer, who are residents of your community and business owners in your community. And we agree with staff's assessment of the application and are excited to get the ball rolling on this.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Floyd,
I have no questions.
Commissioner Brand,
No questions.
Commissioner Johnson,
No questions from me either.
Commissioner Spalding?
Thank you. No, I don't have any questions.
I don't either at this time, but we'll reserve at maybe a later time today, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
For those that are on Zoom, if you'd like to speak, please start to raise your hand. I have 2 speaker cards. Our first speaker is Scott Bohr.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. My name is Scott Bohr, and it is my pleasure to be here. I'm with Center Cal Properties. We're the original developers of the Veranda in Concord, which some of you may know. It's more local. We're also just wrapping up a pretty major repositioning of the Bay Street Emeryville project out in Emeryville. And I'm especially grateful and excited to be here tonight because we are currently under contract to purchase the streets of Brentwood. A little bit about our company. We really specialize in creating a special sense of place. That's what we're passionate about. That's what we wake up every day thinking about. And that's really what we've built a reputation on as a company. And that is also why we're interested in the streets of Brentwood. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of our company and our resounding support for Dutch Bros at this site for their drive-through, and speak on support of the members of your community behind this development, which are here with us tonight. In some of our initial discussions with staff, just about the property at large and this project specifically, the question did come up of whether we felt like this was an appropriate location for a drive-through? And again, I think the answer was a resounding yes. The majority of our planned investment for the property to really bring it to life and actualize what we think is a lot of unrealized value for both the property and the community lies in the investment on the internal plazas and thoroughfares and public spaces. Our goal is to get people to the site and then get them out of their cars and into the center of the project. A part of getting people to the site is activating the street frontage and bringing great, high quality, high traffic, high volume tenants to the site to do that initial traffic driving for us. So we're super supportive of this. We're excited about the pad adjacent to Dutch Bros to help us drive that additional traffic, bring people back to the streets of Brentwood so that we can show them what we have in store on the inside of the project. So we're here for questions, but again, highly supportive and grateful to be here with you guys tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Denise Durham.
Greetings, thank you so much. And again, my name is Denise Duran. I am affiliated with the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also a resident here in Brentwood. I was so fortunate and lucky to be able to have my role with the Chamber last year as president and had the opportunity to meet the Schaefers. They took time to actually come in, meet those people who are working, who are volunteering in the chamber to understand how to best work within the community to serve the community. And the engagement, the investment, both time, spirit, and financial that the Schaefers have made with their business has been phenomenal. They are employing our local youth and those who are perhaps a little older than their youth, but with amazing customer service skills. They don't necessarily, it's not just about the product, it's about a quality product, and it's about providing customer service. And that is something that our community needs more and more of, and that because we've come through a pandemic, because so many of our youth lost the opportunity to learn certain social skills, that's something that the Schaefers provide through their business. What they're also able to provide is deliciousness from one side of Brentwood to the other side of Brentwood. Mm-hmm. And as we are continuing to grow and develop properties here in Brentwood, the Sunset Park Plaza, there's going to be a need for more resources, for delicious options within all of those wonderful people who are coming out to play or kick or paddle or whatever it is that they want to do there. I just really love the idea of also what Scott brought to the table just a moment ago, or to the podium, with regard to how we can continue to collaborate and bring vibrancy to the community. And that is something that when one business succeeds, we all succeed. And I'm so, again, grateful to what the Schaefers bring to this community. And I would also like to just say, those of us on social media who follow social media, the people who generally like to communicate the most are the ones who generally are the biggest complainers and the naysayers. And it becomes a very one-downer, if you will, in terms of what people have to say. And I know from my work with the Schaefers, they care deeply about how their business affects those around them. And so they have not taken lightly the impact that their businesses will put on the community. So please, 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 please see what they have done in response and how they are continuing to make serving this community a priority. We need more of that. in order to entice and attract other businesses. And that if we can start saying as a planning commission that, yes, we have high standards for this community in what we bring in. However, it doesn't, to have a reputation that we're hard to work with, I don't think we want that either. Not if we're looking to grow. So I believe there is a way that we can ensure that we are being attentive to our plans and to our intentions, as well as being a city that people want to do business with. So thank you so much.
At this time, I have no other speaker cards for those here in person.
Okay, thank you so much.
Let's go to Zoom. Anyone need to speak in Zoom, please raise your hand. We have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. At this time, I will entertain a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. At this time, does the Planning Commission wish to have a discussion on this with this applicant? Commissioner Floyd?
Well, not necessarily with the applicant, but I just want to say about this project, as far as online social media, the commentary on this project has been almost overwhelmingly positive. I'm not sure that I've seen very much negative at all. It's the comment sections under certain news items are usually where you can get a sense of the community, and unlike some projects we've seen here in the past, this one is quite popular, and the emails that have come in have all been glowing, actually, and I think you've all seen them. So I don't think it's necessarily fair to characterize that everybody that posts on social media is negative, because when they like something, they like it. And this is something everybody seems to like. And I will add that it is a drive-through, and I'm probably getting a reputation for being notoriously hard on drive-throughs, but this is an example of where it is appropriate to put a drive-through. The traffic is all contained within the area. I've been past the Starbucks drive-through there, and it's one that's not troublesome because it's inside. It's not affecting, a great deal of traffic. And the way they've got it laid out and the way that they manage their business, they make sure it's not a problem. And for that, I really commend the applicant. And this is a great-looking project. And people will, I think, I will get some criticism on social media for being some sort of a hypocrite, but I want to make clear that drive-throughs are not specifically bad. It's where you put them that I care about. And in this case, I think it's very appropriate. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Brand.
I only had one small question. I realized I forgot. I noticed that the proposal was to have the drive-through open until 11 p.m. I noticed the Oakley and the other Brentwood locations are only open till 10. I imagine you have a great answer for it, but I thought I'd ask.
By the way, Sarah, I hope you feel better. So we're open Fridays and Saturdays until 11, and then the rest of the week until 10.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
Other than that, yeah, I mean, echoing what Commissioner Floor said, I think, I think the Dutch Bros brand in general is a treasure within the city. I think I have a hard time finding folks that don't like it unless they think it's a little too sweet, but that's, but nonetheless, I can appreciate the flexibility with respect to the design only because this is how these particular buildings look. And I think I really appreciate, I forgot the gentleman's name, from the new future owners of the streets. The context with respect to the way that drive-through could provide that sort of seamless transition for our residents to sort of go from a vehicle to their feet and enjoy the remainder of the streets. And so I did want to comment on that as well. Otherwise, yeah, no other comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Not at this time.
Commissioner Spaulding?
So 27 car queue is okay, so, okay. I think that my only concern with with this is that, a similar design down by the police station goes out into the street, right? So this could have overflow into the parking lot where people pull in. But at this, currently there's nothing else there. So it really shouldn't be an issue in the short run. In the long run, I think it may create some challenges, but for the remaining pads that are open, and certainly it changes what can be put on on what's left of this area, of this lot, because now you can't, I think, they were probably designed for either stores or potentially sit-down restaurants, and now you're not going to, we lose, sorry, I think it was a little farther away from me, we're going to lose a potential sit-down restaurant. But with the new owners of the streets, it's their vision, right? So it's their job to figure out what goes in that space. My other comment is what I made earlier, right, is, there's going to be four coffee places in the streets. And I don't know if the Barnes & Noble is going to serve coffee that's moving there or not, but that's 5. And so it's not, like I said earlier, it's not our job to pick winners and losers on the businesses, but certainly it's going to create a competitive environment for this, commodity within a very small space. So, but that's part of running a business. You have to be willing to compete for your, for everything. So I think the design of the building, is similar. And quite the expansion, since I think you guys are you are putting the one in and down on Lone Tree as well, correct? And then you just open one in Antioch as well? Pretty close, yeah. So quite the expansion. So congratulations on that. Other than that, with like I said, the design, my only concern is we'll just have to see how the 27, how the cars actually stack up, because certainly there could be overflow. But I do think that this, certainly whatever we can do to revitalize the streets is important to get more traffic down there. And I think it also fits in with kind of the long-term vision, right, of the area we have Lazy Dog across the street coming. We don't know what's going to be behind Lazy Dog, and then eventually the Innovation Center across it. So I think I think that area is coming together, and certainly happy to see new owners come in for the streets as well, potentially bring in some other anchor tenants as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I just have one question. So why 27?
Yeah, so Dutch Bros in this area typically peak hours can stack up to 21 cars. So that extra 6 cars allows us to stack, to your concern, stack everything on site without affecting our neighbors.
Oh, okay. All right, then. That was my concern also, is the length and how that might impact down the road. But I just need to know why 27. So thank you for that. I think it's a great project. I think that at the end of the day, it makes the streets of Brentwood shine just a little brighter. Because it looks like we're developing. It looks like things are coming together in Brentwood. When you come off of 4, that's what you see, is all these interesting one-offs, if I can call it that. And I think that that's a plus for us as folks enter into Brentwood. So, yeah, I'm very happy that it's coming in, and it's coming in there. With 5 coffee shops, people have choices now. So, that being said, I will entertain a motion if there's nothing more to discuss.
I'll make a motion,
Okay.
if it's okay. Is everybody
Yes.
good?
Yes.
Let me read this. Hold on.
Page 3, bottom of page 3.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it. Okay. I make a motion to adopt resolution number 24-033, approving the conditional use permit 24-001 as further detailed in the staff report.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any nays? Motion carries. Okay, congratulations. Okay. We're going to move on
Through
to,
the chair, we have a
we have
second
another one.
resolution. We have a design review resolution. We are not quite done yet.
I missed that. Let's see, where's that? Oh, here it is.
And just as a side note, it
Page
is
4.
approving the design review, not denying as stating on your red line.
Yeah, this is wrong.
I make a motion to adopt resolution 24-34, approving a design review 24-003 as further detailed in the staff report.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations. Informational reports. Transplan.
No meeting.
Design Review Subcommittee.
No meeting.
Land Use and Development Committee. There was a meeting. I was absent, so I'll have to bring that report back to the commission at our next meeting. Request for future agenda items. Do we have future agenda item request? Okay, no, okay. So right now, Commissioner Brand, there's a future agenda item that is before us regarding the establishment of VMT standards, the city's VMT standards. And so the Planning Commission considers a request regarding this establishment of the city's VMT standards, and I will turn it over to Commissioner Brand.
So as part of the more recent discussions with regards to Orchard Grove, Bridal Gate, so on and so forth, it was found, and at least in my own digging, that we have heavily referenced the CCTA's standard with respect to VMT calculations and methodology and thresholds. And my simple request is that we proceed with some type of staff time to explore the specifics of how unique Brentwood is in its own standard, and how that uniqueness would apply more appropriately to a standard, a city VMT standard that highlights all the areas of our city that are relatively unique to what the CCTA calculates. I've got a ton of numbers here that I can go over with you, y'all, but like, I think we have a lot of sensitive areas that require a level of discernment that we more or less don't get in terms of the higher resolution than we might do as a result of our, commission, as well as, maybe council to sort of explore further. Yeah.
Were you suggesting that we adopt VMT instead of like LOS or?
No, so VMT is the standard as of right now because of, what was it, SB 743?
Excuse me, I said that backwards. I said it backwards.
Now, we're required to use VMT as far as I'm aware. LOS is no longer that standard, but the leeway that we have is that we as a city can decide that our VMT standard is the one that we apply going forward. So like right now we say that our current, it's 29.6, I think, in terms of vehicle miles traveled. We use a 15% threshold. Now, we can modify that. I've read into a couple of cities that have done it, Scotts Valley, the city of Irvine, and they play around with different ideas with respect to things like, when we look at traditional VMT, we're looking at vehicle miles traveled where your home is the either departure or the arrival of that trip. It ignores a substantial, number of trips that exist outside of that. Now, we look at the demographics of Brentwood, we're looking at stuff like, a high concentration of families, right? 25% of our population is under the age of 18, right? These people being driven around the city from school to baseball practice to dance class, like all of this kind of stuff. None of these trips count, as far as I'm aware, based off of this current calculation. You know, we have, what, 70% of our businesses in Brentwood have 1 to 4 employees, right? These are going to involve a lot of, short-term trips that exist within the city. And I just want to make sure that all of these things are being accounted for. You know, we have a very high percentage of super and hyper commuters that drive considerable distances, including our vice chair, to get to where they need to go. And it's, I think it's a fair assumption that we touch on a number of areas that really bring that uniqueness to our community. I think our VMT calculation should reflect that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Brand. At this time, the public is permitted to address the Planning Commission. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person.
I have no speaker cards for those here in person. Let's go to Zoom. Anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand. We have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, any discussion by the commissioners? Commissioner Floyd.
Sure. I like this idea. I've been looking at draft EIRs for a long time now for various projects as they come up. And the thing that really frustrates people with traffic studies is that the traffic studies that we do, the local traffic studies, seem to be focused in the immediate area of the project, and when we see this time and again, like what's happening around the corner or what's happening on the street that's right there. But what we don't see is the cumulative effect of just plopping another 100 families down in Brentwood or whatever it is. How does this affect people going to the grocery store? How much extra traffic are we getting from that? How much extra traffic are we getting from people going to the schools and to the college down by Trilogy, the Los Medanos? What's going to happen when we bring in a big commercial employer? How's that going to affect traffic? Or what kind of traffic are we going to see around our restaurants at lunchtime? Everything affects traffic. And when you're just looking at the very local traffic, confined to the area where the developer fees will pay for the road, all of a sudden you're sitting in a 3-light wait at Fairview somewhere, wondering what happened here? How did we get all this traffic? Where are all these cars coming from? We're not capturing that as we go. I would love to have some kind of a measurement of vehicle miles traveled that takes into account all of the vehicle miles traveled, in the city, and understanding more about how that would affect traffic. This is something that I just don't think we do a good job of capturing, and I think it's something that's worthwhile looking into.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
So I like the idea. I just got a couple of questions. Do we have the authority? I like the idea, so I just don't know, we can't allocate staff time, right? Do we?
As far as I'm aware, it's a recommendation
so we're recommending to the.
That we would then come back. Sorry, maybe council has a better description of that.
Yeah, it's a good question. So on the kind of bottom of page 2 and top of page 3 of the staff report, it says the request is being brought to the Planning Commission for a vote on whether a majority of the commission desires to forward this request to the council for consideration of whether to spend staff time and resources. And that's pretty consistent with the way we've handled past requests, depending on how significant they are.
Sure.
That would be the case for this one as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner Spaulding?
It won't take long. I hate VMT the way we do it. I think it doesn't actually give us any information to make decisions on the impact of planning. So I'm not even sure VMT is the right metric to use, but I know we have to use it in part of our evaluation process. So as whatever we can do to make it more local, I think LS could be worked into it as well, if we're going to look at it, right? I don't know exactly how that would be, but what I want to know is ultimately, I think your goal of bringing this to is that if we were going to have whether it be a large employer or whether we're going to have, a 50 home development or, 30 home development, what's the impact of traffic in the surrounding areas on a regular basis? VMT addresses, at some degree, the effective greenhouse gases. Okay, I care about that stuff, but I more care about how long. It used to take me 10 minutes to go across town. Now is it going to take me 25 or 30 minutes to go across town? I think that's the goal of what you're trying to get at. So yeah, I'm in favor of it because no one's been able to actually convince me that this is actually a meaningful stat to be used from a planning standpoint.
That's correct. I too agree with that. I know that we've had this conversation on a few occasions where VMT has been part of the staff report or part of our ask, but really not being able to calculate the whole of what that means as it relates to these developments that are coming into the community and the traffic that goes from point A to point B. So I do believe that we need to move this on to council and see if council agrees that there needs to be more discussion and guidance with VMT. Okay, so that's my say on it. Any more discussion on this? Okay, then I am going to, okay, public speakers, we've done that. So at this point, I would,
Just ask for a motion through the chair.
that's it,
Sorry.
make a motion that we move this on to council.
Yeah, I make a motion to request that the city council direct staff to proceed with further explanation of a Brentwood city-based VMT methodology.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. We have a future agenda item from Commissioner Johnson regarding the establishment of previous surface requirements or guidelines for new projects. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Johnson so he can explain his requests.
So the last two projects, specifically Orchard number 2, the northern one, and then also with Bridal Gate that came in, they have these bio containment water drainage filtration systems. We were made aware that there are porous asphalt and porous concrete that would increase the amount of space if we didn't have those bio collection centers. We'd increase the amount of space to build larger parks or have more space. So what I'd like to do is, again, ask the city council to allocate some staff time to review the viability of using the porous concrete asphalt instead of biospheres, so that when new projects come through, spheres is not the right word, it's retention, so that when new projects come through, they can put they can put, it's 12 something. They can put a porous asphalt down or porous concrete down instead of the bioretention.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. At this time, the public is permitted to address the Planning Commission. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person.
To my defense, I've been here since 7 o'clock this morning, so we have no speaker cards for those here in person. And anyone in Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to speak. We have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, I will close public comment. Is there any discussion from the commissioners?
Sure. I like this one too. We did have an application in front of us with pervious surfaces. I think there was one on Lone Tree as well. And we were given instructions that there aren't any standards. And so anytime we see something that's new that there's not standards for, I think it's really a good idea to have guidance. what's appropriate, what's not, when it can be used, when it can't, what we should be looking for, and more importantly, what staff should be looking for so they know what to tell the applicant up front and can work with them to make a project that we can know whether or not we're supposed to approve without having to guess. I think it's great.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brand.
Just a quick clarification. Are we asking staff, are we recommendation to council to explore with staff time with respect to the usage or encouragement or both, or is it?
So first, I would like to encourage it, but I don't know enough about the bioretention's effects versus the porous asphalt and concrete. So they can look at it and then decide, hey, we can replace bioretention with that option.
Okay, just so I understand, like some type of study that could be done where you
Exactly.
explore the relationship between. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Smalling?
So I'm certainly a fan of this type of concrete. I think when the initial project came to us, for some reason, how I interpreted it was this was worded, or I interpreted what was said as this is a newer technology. This is not a newer technology. It's been out there for a while. I think I referenced in the meeting a couple of meetings ago that it's been used in the Northwest. It's been used in Phoenix, right? So for freeways. So it seems to be viable. And the reason why I like it is because, again, we can get rid of bioretention ponds, which we can make them as pretty as we want, but it's like putting lipstick on a pig, right? They are what they are. They're a ditch. And I think there are potential safety hazards around it and really just wasted space, right? And so what I was hoping to get in, work with developers on in this is possibly, in exchange for doing this, and I know there may be, we may have to have HOAs. There's lots of things that may come with it. So I don't know all the unintended consequences of it. But I think that we could have more flexibility around where we put parks in home developments. We could also maybe expand parks. And in exchange for that, the developer may be able to build one or two more homes, right? So it's a kind of a give. It could be a win-win. And so it's something of interest to explore. Like I said, if it was new technology, it'd be less enthusiastic about it, but it doesn't seem to be one, and it's something I think we should explore. We don't have a lot of big projects left, so this would also be something that would be, more like the one we approved, which I think was 25 homes, if I remember right. I may be wrong, but it was in that area in terms of where it was used. So I think this is something that's definitely worth exploring.
Okay, well, thank you. I did all of my commissioners' comments on this, and I'm going to ask for a motion.
I make a motion that we send the bioretention versus pervious concrete and asphalt to the city council to apply staff time to research how we can better utilize porous concrete and pervious asphalt. That's a lot of words. I'm like too tired right now.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Okay, at this time, I
Through the chair.
am going to entertain a motion for a.
Anita?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, sorry. Just real quick, when the commission was reporting on committees earlier, I wanted to jump in, didn't really have a chance. I want to make sure the commission knew that we are going to be having a design review subcommittee meeting on the 22nd, which it was 16 days from now, but it's actually 15 days from now. That's the 7th right now. Anyways, 10 o'clock here in the council chamber to look at some design review applications for new single-family homes. So August 22nd, design review subcommittee. Thank you.
Okay. That's for the design committee, correct?
Correct.
All right, just clarification.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And okay, at this time, I would like to entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Chairperson will say the next regular planning commission meeting is scheduled for August 20th, 7 p.m.
and it'll be held here in council chambers located at 150 City Park Way. All right. Have a safe weekend, everyone. Tuesday.